Hello, hello, Kalu Kalay. My name is Notepad and I usually write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, we're not going to be writing any games today. We are instead going to be talking about a few from a very special website called itch.io. I've been meaning to do something like this for a while. Notepad Anon goes on a magic adventure into itch.io. But let's set some groundwork, shall we? Let's set the foundation. What is itch.io? Itch.io is a video game, I guess, landing page of a variety, you could say. It's effectively a website dedicated to uploading video games. Video games, books, doesn't really matter. There's quite a few different things over here if you see the browse section. Let's say if I click on albums and soundtracks. These are just horror music that here's music you can use, here's things you can take, if you can buy it. It's a pretty easy way. But if you notice, it's a CUD, RPG Maker music, Dawn Chorus soundtrack, a lot of video game soundtracks you've probably. But if we go down to, let's say game assets. These are game assets you can buy for your very own game. You want to do little RPG characters, you want to do various skate, you want to do backgrounds, you want to do all these things. Okay, easy enough to understand. But let's say tools. What kind of tool? Godot, what we're using right now. Quest game optimizers and little tools that you can throw in and you can use for yourself. Now, the interesting thing to note about this is that itch.io is about video games. As you kind of see here, first one you see, popular tags and all that, hit video games. These are various video. Now, you've probably seen a couple of these. And a lot of these games are little horror games, little indie games. There's a lot of games that start on itch.io and get promoted up to things like Steam, they get promoted up elsewhere, or they just want to go here for, like, fan games. Hey, you want to have a fan game about fucking Drunkle Stan from Gravity Falls? You totally can. Want to have a short horror game that's 20 minutes long and you've seen a YouTube video about it? Right there. That's kind of the idea of what itch.io has been kind of gradually position themselves as. That's not a bad thing. That's just the idea. That's what they have decided to do. And you see even things like, you see things like Ultra Kill, a lot of demos on this, a lot of funny little games. A lot of things here. I'm like, okay, interesting. But if we do a little bit of a look here, what if we click on, if we go back here, we click right here on physical games. I click on physical games. You see tabletop role-playing games. You see tabletop games. Occasionally, you might even find some more games on here. Of course, we got some comics, and of course, we got some books. But you'll probably see this is where we're going to be talking about today. Oh, interesting. There's a lot of things here. There's a lot of stuff here. Okay, this is pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Well. It's interesting to muse about itch.io and TTRPGs in general, because itch.io has some issues with TTRPGs, and it's probably the second largest repository at this. I would say second largest, second only to DTRPG. DTRPG is the king of kings in that regard. But itch.io is kind of a pretty large one in that regard. But what are some issues with itch.io and good old-fashioned tabletop role-playing game? Well, there's a few issues. I think the first one is organization. If you kind of notice here, all of these games share. They are the exact same. There's very little ways to organize things. So if we go back to itch.io, we'll go back and let's go video games. A lot of things here that you can kind of look around. It's a little bit difficult to kind of like, okay, what do I want? But if you can click down here to various genres, you can click down here, there. Here, it's not as easy. You don't get genres, you don't get formats, you don't really, it's like there's some themes. The theme of role-playing in a TTRPG or adventure or fantasy, not great ways of organizing things. And this has a deeper way of looking at things, but there's very little categorizing, if that makes sense. Let's just take a look at the new and popular tab. This is the brand new, relatively new games that have come out and brand new and popular. And let's just take a look at what games are here. Not you. The GMS Crisis Catalog. This is a homebrew supplement for Lancer. Now, if we look at this, do we see anything about that this is a supplement for another game? No. Let's click right here. This is a print and play escape room. Is it a TRPG? No, not really. Not the point. It's a tabletop game. It's one of those escape room things. Okay. But these are sharing the exact same page space, effectively. You Are the Tavern. What is You Are the Tavern all about? It's a journaling experience. That's kind of this is what I mean by like organization and categorization. There's very little ways to actually categorize a lot of these things. And this kind of leads into my my second point here, which is glut of content. There is a lot of different things for tabletop role-playing games. 47,054 different games are on here. I can guarantee you, though, almost all of these you're seeing right here, there are very few actual tabletop role-playing in. This is a mission. This is a narrative mission for $18. This is a supplement. This is a Explorer's Guide, not a real game. But you get the idea. Like, there is... Sometimes things don't actually happen, and it's very, very messy. And you are like, I just want to play a tabletop game. And it's like, how do I find just a tabletop game? You don't. You don't find the full, complete tabletop role-playing game experience. Can't do that here. And because of that, because of the glut of content, you are encouraged to... How do I want to word this? You are encouraged to get as much out there as physically possible, as fast as possible. And it's kind of one of those things where everyone's now competing for your eye space, if that makes sense. Like, you can even see here with Mystic Quest Troika, Mystic Quest Troika, Mystic Quest Troika, Mystic Quest Troika. These could probably be into the same little category, and they're all by the same person. These can be in its own little category. But why aren't they? Because if we look here, it takes up 4 spaces. It's bright, it's colorful, and you're probably going to click on it, because that's the point. Which is kind of one of those weird things to think about. Brain rotted from using algorithms to imply, but it's worth saying its organization is fair. It's purely tagged and sorted by release date. Nothing extra running in the background. Everyone gets the same space. But yes, everyone gets the exact same space, but it's kind of like, I want a fantasy game. But everyone labels it as fantasy. What does tabletop tag actually mean on itch.io? What does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing in physical game. That's the point. Everyone is encouraged to use the same tags. And because everyone is encouraged to use the same tags, the tag system kind of falls apart. Or what it should be. Because again, these are supplement books. These aren't RPGs. These are supplements to a completely different game. And even if you look at some of these, it's like, what's this? This is from Karen. Is this this is Karen the game. No, this is a supplement to Karen. This is a game. Okay, there's a game here. But as you kind of see, it's like most of this isn't actually games. Very few of them actually are. Most of them are very little games, and you kind of even see with Mystic Quest Troika. all by the same person, because the entire thing is you want to get as much out there as possible to take as much space as possible. I think it works a little bit better for video. It works a bit better for the video department if we look over here, because you really can't take up that much space. You can't upload 7 different of the same game, pretty much. And that's why you end up with things like this. These are all actually different games. They all look different, relatively speaking. And it's like, okay. On the other hand, this happens in tabletop games. Is there a secret to fix this? No, it's just the way itch.io is focused around making video games. It's not for tabletop games. That's just the nature of the beast. Every single one of these platforms has this issue. You are encouraged to just have more content. And I think this kind of leads into 3, which is effectively kings wear crowns. What does this actually mean? The most popular games will never change. If you see here, Lancer is the most popular physical game on itch.io and will always be the most popular game on itch.io because it's in the popular category. It's the first thing you see. And it got there because someone linked elsewhere. It's kind of the idea that, like, you can get a bunch of these games which come out and everyone's competing for the very limited page space, because there is a limited amount of page space, and it's like you get one game that manages to get up there, like The Perfect Rock, for example, here, or Mouse Ritter, or any of these other games. You manage to get up there, but to get up there, you have to climb over a bunch of other games. And it's kind of one of those things where it's hard to discover anything sometimes, because again, there's 100 games coming out at once. One of those games will rise to the top, the others won't, suggesting any of them do. That's another thing. There's a good chance that none of them do, because Lancer will always have number 1 or number 2 or maybe number 3. Lancer will always sit comfortably here. Fist will always fist comfortably around here, but you can kind of even see massive press, massive press, massive press, massive press, massive press. They are already top of the game, therefore they're always going to be at top of the game. It kind of sucks in that regard. I wish they would cycle out things a little bit more, or like maybe shift popular over to here and make it new and popular, the first one. But they don't want to do that because they want to hit this in what's the most popular games, but these change pretty regularly. Because you can't stay here forever. When the second you play Late Homework, okay, we've played Late Homework, it's now going to get cycled down. It's going to get cycled down into other games. It's going to get cycled away. It's going to get cycled down. That's kind of the nature of it. That should be what happens. But it doesn't happen here because, well, again, the king wears the crown. And that's kind of the unfortunate reality of the matter. And this kind of also... Brown. Yeah, a featured row on every tab, like changing every Sunday. Yeah, even like right here, for example, like if most recent didn't produce shit, but like you can't even see here where it's like, oh cool, we want to see this. It's just like, I wish there was like a tab here that you could further divide it into supplements or full games or something like that. Just little things like that, because I don't want to look at another SRD. They're like most of the, like, okay, is this just a supplement for this game or another game? Or it's just like, okay, so to get here, it takes a little bit longer. And I'm like, it's a bummer for people who put up like one game, not like, let's put up 6 different games. And it also encourages you to not really find anything on itch. That's the thing. You do not find games on itch.io. You find them on... Someone links their Twitter to it. You know, someone puts out a big post on Twitter and people retweet it and things, and that's where they find you. Yeah, that's kind of the nature of the beast as all, but it's kind of, it's hard just to say, I want to browse this and see what's new. What's something new? And you don't really get that. You get kind of a glut of random content. I wish there were more ways to see things on itch.io. Which kind of leads to 4, which would probably be the big the one of the weirder things with this one is that physical games. You kind of, again, I was kind of talking about these ones. Physical games are not really their priority. If I were to be a guessing man and say like physical games versus everything else, I would say it's probably maybe 5-10% of itch.io's actual traffic. And that's just kind of it. They prefer you do this. They want you to look at these games. They want you to look at the video games because that's what itch.io is kind of built on. They want you to buy Buckshot Roulette because Buckshot Roulette made $8 gajillion. And it was extremely popular. Mike did really, really good with Buckshot Roulette. On the other hand, they want you to Sort the Core. Did really well. That's what they want to have happen. They want you to find games on here and buy them from here because they get a cut, obviously. But that's kind of this is more incentivized for them to fix things up, to really play around with, kind of sort out the tags a little bit better, and you can even say over here, like, accessibility feature, type, miscellaneous, like, you just get more stuff out of here, and you see almost 1 million games are on itch.io. Physical games, not really much. Again, we have to wonder how many of these are games, and how many of these are supplements versus little things versus one-page dungeons. Yeah, like the search bar doesn't really get you anything. And it's not necessarily itch.io's fault. They have no incentive to do it. They have no, why would they? They have their business model, they have what they want, but went to the bathroom, washed my hands for it, they cut a bunch of peppers. But yeah, that's kind of I think these are like the big things with itch, and it's very easy to upload garbage. That's why we're dumpster diving today. So what I literally did, this was at the beginning of the week. To give people an idea, this was at the beginning of the week I did this. So again, things have changed. I didn't see any of this Mystic West stuff. I legitimately said new and popular, and I went down. I was like, okay, what is here? What looks interesting? And I just took out whatever I could find. And I was like, I'm curious. What's the game? What are we going to find? And I found a handful of games. Is it the idea of, hey, this is purely dumpster diving. This is all terrible shit. Not necessarily. I'm just saying that there's going to be a lot of weird things here. So let's see. We've got a couple games. Let's start off with two that I kind of found that were a little bit interesting. And one of the, I think, a larger issue when it comes to. Now, this is a game called Lesbian, Werewolf, Crimefingers. Now, when I look at Lesbian, Werewolf, Crimefingers, and to give you an idea, yes, this game is exactly 5 pages. Yeah. Went to my hotkeys. Okay, now we get to open up this. We get to find the hotkeys. Show PDF file, numpad 3. PDF file? Yes, it is. So I'm going to hit numpad 3. Huh. That's weird. I don't know why that's going on. Nope, that's definitely not it. I'm waiting for myself to turn off my stream or something, because that would be comical. But yeah, let's so what is Lesbian, Werewolf, Crimefingers? I mean, it's like, okay, this is ridiculous. This is by a guy named Dusty Hill right here. View all by Dusty Hill. This is $10 fucking, by the way. this was an older game I had. I just like, you know, let's look at this. Yeah, this is $10. 10 United States dollars. And I double checked to make sure this wasn't like a bad version or a copy from an old version or something. No. This game is actually just 10 United States dollars. Is there a good reason for why it's 10 United States dollars? No. Not in particular. That's what was going on. See. Boom. Had my numlock on. But yeah. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. Let's view everything by Dusty Hill. Who is Dusty Hill? Well, we go to Dusty Hill here, right here. Latin. They're part of the Build Your Own Mech Lancer podcast. The queer Lancer RPG podcast. Batteries are not included. Various logos and stuff by these. So I'm like, okay. Okie dokie then. I was like, okay, like this guy has got to have some, you know, anything else in there? No. No. I was looking like at anything else. Nothing really too exciting to really talk about. He is just a guy who is here. San Diego, of course, because California is a godless land. But these are his games that he's an incredibly queer Latin making game. Is Latin the right word in games that tell stories queer heroism community while also filing capitalist cryptids? And you will have to buy Lesbian Werewolf Crime Fighters for 10 United States dollars. Now, why do I find this to be a little bit funny? This is the entire game. It is 4 pages. You are buying a very small amount. So let's read Lesbian Werewolf, you know, Crime Fighters. So you are a lesbian and a werewolf. And you and your partners. I love the first sentence. We're doing great. Are romantic and professional. Our city's crime fighters. You balance your normal life while keeping both being a werewolf and a superhero secret. Would being a werewolf constitute you as a superhero, or is that like a separate thing? That's my question. Now, it's not like a real werewolf, so you don't need the full moon or anything to transform. But you can do supernatural stuff. So we'll use your werewolf and lesbian powers to say today. First things first, talk about safety tools. This is legitimately paragraph 2. Time to make my lesbian, everybody. And so we're going to make a lesbian. Make a lesbian. So we want, you know, we need a proper lesbian here. What's a good lesbian name, everyone? I think Ironside's a good one. I think this is one of those all superheroes are werewolves, but not all werewolves are superheroes. I mean, yeah, but doesn't that kind of constitute you as... Where does the super begin and the werewolf end? That's the question. Yeah, like... So, let's say Ironside, for example, because we all know Ironside is in fact a powerful lesbian woman. I can make fun of it for this. So let's roll we have to roll our powers for our lesbian, werewolf, and of course, our crime fighting powers and our weakness. So we're going to roll 4d10. And you may be thinking, Notepad, is this a d10 game? No. So that's a d20, Notepad. That is not a d10, in fact. So let's learn what Ironside's amazing lesbian power is, and it's sword fighting. Let's do lesbian power, sword fighting. There's a joke here. Then we have our werewolf power, which is turn into mundane animals. We already have a white woman power, I see, and that's very appropriate for Ironside. Crime fighting powers is supervillain friend. That doesn't seem like a superpower, but all right. And you are our weakness is in fact silver. So we've successfully made our character now, but now we need to assign our stats to lesbian, werewolf, and crime fighting. Now, as you can kind of see, these are your this is your alter egos. Being you were going to roll lesbian for emotional moves or scheming with other lesbians, specifically lesbians, by the way. I don't think you can actually talk to other people who aren't lesbians. This is a very important note. Like, with other lesbians, of course. It's if you aren't that, I mean, I'm sorry, Ironside, but I don't think you're going to do very well in our lesbian werewolf crime fighting spree. Werewolf is combat or moments when you have to use those powers for something, and crime fighting for tactical moves and investigation. You get a +1, 0, and a -1. So if we say a -1, werewolf 1, crime fighting 0, and then you sort out some history, you ask some questions, you ask some things, and for most of the game, you'll roll checks and actions that require you to flex your powers. Special moves, you can gain an edge. Character creation, choose one of the moves as a special move. So, alright, how about let's do something a little bit howling for you, outnumbered. We can howl for our friends here. I'm howling for you. Okay, so cool. You have 8 tenacity. All right, cool. 8 tenacity. What does tenacity do? It's effectively your health, but it's also kind of the effectively everything stat. It's the only thing that they actually do. And we actually use D8s. Well, a D8. You use 1 D8. Or you will roll 2 if you have, yeah, it's pretty much you're going to be rolling 1 or 2 D8s. And this is the actual bingo, bango, bongo. You will fail about not really anything. You're going to get hit pretty consistently. You have a, not huge chance of actually rolling a incredible success at all. In fact, with a -1, you physically cannot actually get an incredible success. Now, one of the big things is anytime you get hit, it goes to 0, you are removed. And you go to -4 tenacity, you're dead. And that's it. Girl boss info. Roll on this. Roll D10. Again, we've got the D10 back. Now, final page. Girl boss info, because that's the GM. The rolls guide your lesbians into this heroic endeavor. And anytime it's that, it's just a normal hit. That's it. That is this is a $10, 10 United States dollar game. Girl boss. It's like TSL. Again, this feels like it's a shit post. That's the thing. This feels like a shit post. And I would really like to believe that it's a shit post, but it's not. This is a $10 game. However, I'm not for being a little dismissive of certain products. This is built by the architects. This is another game for him. Game of Assassins. It's 32 pages, so we're doing real fucking good right now. 32 pages and 15 United States dollars. So we've gone from $2 a page to 50 cents a page. Now, I'm going to warn you all right now, are any of you, do any of you feel physical agony when you are confronted by really poorly laid out documents? Because this is one. This is our character sheet. Now, I want you all to be reminded of something. this is a very important thing, is Dusty Hill here is an actual, like, graphic designer. Like, he's done logos and stuff. But yeah, like, I want you to know that he does do this. He is a actual, like, graphic design person sometimes, maybe. And anytime you feel bad about yourself, understand that this man makes more money than you. You are an architect, an elite assassin in a world of omnipresent organizations, John Wick. It's a mono game where you are John Wick and another person is not playing John Wick, but it's the narrator of John Wick's life. As you can kind of see, you need a deck of cards for it. All right, fast-paced combat. Careful with these. Everything is organized under the Pantheon. What's the Pantheon? Pantheon is the super criminals. It's the round table. It's the high table, as they say to John Wick. That's it. And everyone is held up by the pillars, stakes in the world, and train new assassins. You become the architects of the new world, shaping it by moving pieces in the world's board. Jobs are given as blueprints with clear beginning and end points. Architects are competent enough to fill in the blanks. Everything comes in payment of relics. They're pure gold. That's just one of the 12 crests. So, good start. Graphic design, my passion. Pulling are like, nah. See, blueprint, but yeah, it's supposed to be blueprint paper. Now, you may be thinking, Notepad, this is extremely hard to read and difficult on the eyes. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It hurts. This is painful to read. And my eyes sting. But you have a specialty in which you are unmatched. A signature weapon, ties to a powerful ally, anything, really. This is who you are, and of course, that's very important. I thought I actually had a character sheet set up, but I must not have. I must have deleted it on accident. But, yeah. Generally speaking, you got 4 stats correlate to the playing card suites. Tactics, presence, focus, and deadliness. Now, anytime you... What's your specialty? Practical, deadly, clever, dangerous. Whenever you use that, you're able to add extra effects, regardless of how well you did. This will be using your tactics stat. Yes, they use a different stat to determine how good you are at something. Now, it's trying to be able to use anything in the surroundings as a deadly weapon. Everyone has a favorite. Create a signature weapon. Choose one advantage and one drawback. So if I make a silent but clumsy gun, or I might make an incredibly deadly but loud thing. You know, it's like when using this weapon, you pull on the advantage to give you an extra level of success. Extra level of difficulty. Good architect knows that making connections is right. Presence is how many connections we have. Effectively, how many people can we be like, I know a guy or something like that. Yeah, or used in conjunction with other cards when you do not have help from a connection. Yeah, and then focus is just focus. You just get it's the do everything else skill. You boost the effect of other cards with it. After losing their weapon or adding it in an attempt to disarm the foe before they can get a shot off. 10 points and 1 resource. 10 points effectively distributed among 4. Your average spread is roughly 3, is actually 222. It's a 3322 is your average spread. Now, this isn't a fillable character sheet, but it would be about 3322 would be your average spread. Extreme Man would be 4411. Generally speaking, it's impossible to make a character that's going to fail horribly at everything. You're just going to get some characters that aren't very good, but you just do one thing. You can start with the money, or you can start with an old friend. Ta-da! But starting with a relic is kind of a meme, because there's nothing to spend relics on. You can purchase all the resources is something important. It doesn't matter what it is. It just matters that you have it. Now you may be thinking, what's will? Okay, will is your health. Okay, it's like how much damage I can take. Not quite. It's how many fights you can lose. If I play a card that says, okay, this is what's going to happen, you have to beat it. If you lose that fight, doesn't matter what it is, you lose your will. If you lose all your will, you're probably going to get killed. Now, okay, you're only known as the Nameless. As an architect, you learn to trade under the pillars that you pledge yourself to and carry their crest. The most of the game really boils down to like a chunk of the game is actually just explaining the pantheon. If you choose a pantheon, let's say we take Quinn the Endless Void. So crest bonus under Quinn are not affected by any focus cards played against them. Yeah, they just ignore a mechanic, and this is what your hotel is. Or you might have, let's say, Joe the Arumatus. Architects under Joe may use double their stat bonus to any tactics card that they play. RK the Vibrant Scream may double their stat bonus to cards using deadliness stat. And Lola the Weaver. Yeah, it's some of them are Gabriel the All-Seeing. Yeah, Dare the Harmonious Chord. Yeah, that is a good chunk of the game. I'm just explaining. Effectively, this is the closest thing to lore you're really going to get. Like, yeah, it's John Wick. He read John Wick. Okay, that's just what happened. Well, you watched John Wick, probably John Wick 4. So, what's the situation? Contained in a single session, 2 to 3 hours. So it can be multiple sessions depending on the complexity. Now, usually begins a job at the hotel which they belong to, and there's something going on. What's oh Jesus. What's the plan? But let's see what's going on. And let's say we're predators. We got a manly. Hello. That's not it. Hello, manly. I am the fish man. We're all dumpster diving today. We've got Bucky's Doge. We've got Fishman, Manly, and of course we've got Notepad Refinery. Doing our best to sort through the trash. We are simply good kabarashing. We are simply exploring the wonderful world. So let's say, again, we draw a 10. We need a rival pillar. We're trying to target them. And we're working for a famous actor. And what's the payment? The payment is not that. Not that. Not that. Is diplomatic immunity. Dun dun dun. We gotta assassinate a super boss. It's like several $1 million, a suitcase of relics, a private jet. Do any of these do anything? No, don't think about it like that. So, rules for the blueprint is created. The blueprint doesn't have to follow these rules. It cannot be enacted on someone of the same crest. The blueprint cannot be enacted on the Pantheon itself. Once accepted, a blueprint must be completed to the best of the ability. Not beyond hotel property, and blueprint must be the payment given. So, how do we actually play? Well, there's 2 phases. There's the narrative phase and combat phase. Narrative begins. Are moving through the scenes using cards as tool to gather information on their target and to get to where they intend to go. That's we're moving through doing things. So, as the architect, got my deck of cards here always. I love cards. I like a deck of cards. I always have one on me. With the Arknights game we're going to be working on, I will most likely I'm going to buy a new deck of cards, by the way. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 7. So we got our 7 cards. Dun dun dun. So you can 4 cards and choose any of that to know what's happening and the difficulty. So till they run out or start combat. So these are our tools that we get to play against you, the player. So when cards are played, they go into discard pile, face up. Runs out of cards, shuffle the discard pile. All right, okay. What do we got to do? What's the gameplay here? Well, 4 cards in their hand. Conductor again. So conductor begins with the 4 cards in their hand. Let's get our 4 cards in our hand. It's primarily roleplay, setting up the job in game. Great way to start the story, encountering a problem when things go in simple conversation to observation. That is when the conductor can set a challenge with no more than 2 cards. So let's say I've got my 2 cards in my hand. I'm looking through it. I'm the GM. I'm going to say, cool. I'm going to put down a 6 of hearts. Okay, I'm putting down 6 of hearts. I look at my deck right now. What does this actually mean? This means that it is a presence challenge. That's what we're doing, a presence challenge. Yep, and the new scene begins. Narrative play becomes dire. Bullets begin falling. Cool. What do we actually do? Use cards overhead to overcome stats specialties to overcome the challenge. What does that mean? What does that mean? All that it means, like, you know, the challenge has a determined difficulty based off the cards in their hand. They could use cards in their hand along with their stats and specialties to overcome it. Because I've put down the 6 of hearts, I can look through my hand and say, I'm going to use the 8 of hearts to beat that. And the GM's like, okay, you've done it. You succeeded at the challenge. And they look, so later on, there's another challenge. It's just like, oh no. I'm going to put down the 10 of diamonds and the 6 of diamonds for a total of 16 of diamonds. And I'm like, oh no, that's a lot of diamonds. I'm going to play the king of diamonds, which counts as, I think, 10, because they don't really talk about what the value of different cards are. And then I am going to add my stat to it or whatever, and still lose, because lose in this game. So, architects do not draw cards until new scene. Conductor draws cards after each challenge. 4 times every time they do. Talked about the anime games? Nope. We literally just started about 45 minutes ago, where we talked about itch.io and went over Lesbian, Werewolf, Crimefingers. This is the second game by Dusty Hill, which is quintessential itch.io Slop core. So, effectively, during combat, you shuffle everything back in, and everything is going to start getting a lot more hectic. Now, the architect can play as many cards as they'd like to resolve this. Once action has been resolved, the architect may play their own action. So let's say, for example, try to get a nice card in here, but let's say, for example, I've got a 9 of hearts out. What do I got to do? I'm going to now spend cards to do things here. That's kind of the idea, that you're trying to spend cards to counter actions and then react to it a little bit more effectively. I've led with an action that's considered a round, and end of round, both players draw back up to 7 cards, and you just kind of alternate back and forth with one another. Okay. Normal, like, okay, what happened? So if any reaction greater than a success applies a condition. So if I were to attack you with an item, and I score better than you, I get a condition. And a severe, it's like, okay, here's a normal condition, here's a severe condition. Cool. After an overwhelming success. Notice how they didn't talk about overwhelming successes or anything like that. You can be dazzled, you can be tripped up, you can be wounded, or you can have a severe condition, or very wounded, or concussed. After 3 rounds, whoever has most success throughout combat wins. That's it. Then it might be a sudden death. Winner of the round wins the combat section. Story progresses they were intending. However, conducting wins does not spell an end. The architect still has will remaining, makes a hard narrative decision, and moves story forward, ending combat. What do the cards mean based on their value? Here's where you actually learn about the value of the cards. Up right here, which also appears to be a different font, maybe? It's either a different font or a different sized font. So if you have a 2 to 10, so it's like resolved by playing a single card or several cards whose total is higher number. That's it. Cool. If you play a face card, you get an overwhelming success. That's it. Can be resolved by an arc playing a face card or playing several cards with a total of exceeding 10, exceeding 11. Ace cards can resolve an arc by playing another ace, 2 face cards, or set a numerical card totaling over 14. Oh, wow. 3 face cards total of 17 is a great success. 2 aces, 4 face, total of 20 is an overwhelming success. He didn't think this through very well. Then it talks about multiple jobs, and then an index. And then another one. 15 United States dollars for this one. Yeah, are these games good in any remote capacity? No, they aren't. Neither of these games are good. They are both decidedly like, oh. Why does this exist? And it's like, well, because he can. Delicious kuvefi. But we are not the ones to stop that easily. We must continue on. Let's see. I've got a lot of games today. This is the thing. I've got a lot of games, but none of them are very good. Or all of them have something that's fascinating to muse about. So let's do Tales of a Latter Age. So, Tales of a Latter Age, this one's actually fairly recent. I'm going to get to this button right here. And we do Tales of a Latter Age. This game literally just came out. This came out 6 days ago. It is a proof of concept. As you kind of see, it's inspired by Knave, Maze Rats, Vaults of Varn, Troika, and Hyperspace D6. Of course, you know, we love Knave, we love Maze Rats, we love Vaults of Varn, the one that I've heard is barely a game. Or whatever the fuck Troika is. I know what Troika is, but eh. And Hyperspace D6, which is a streamlined RPG hacks of Star Wars D6. Which is right here. Which is streamlined Star Wars D6, which is already pretty fucking streamlined. So, alright, cool. Alright, yeah, alright. Is there anything else on this guy? No. Nothing. Is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing? I don't know. It just is. He doesn't... There is not a lot on this, and there's no reason to really try to like, oh, I need to investigate this guy further. No. Clearly, this is just what he's done. It's fine. So, but... let's do Tales of a Latter Age. Perilous Adventures in Fantastic Worlds. It's a D6 game, pretty much only. 2 or more players, devise the details of the Grain World. Effectively, you have a lore master and adventures. Alright, easy enough to understand. What is the basic game? So, no lore. Oh, we gotta... The Bratty Toaster Diaz. Vault is almost not even an art book. Yeah, it's, I don't know what you're talking about. We love art book, our OSR games. We love them so much. There we go. We got our $20 Bratty Toaster. There we go. We've got the whole party. Our $20 Bratty Toaster. But yes, so at the end of the day, you're going to roll a number of D6s. Take a number of D6s, and anything, a 5 or 6 is a triumph. That's it. However, dice explode on 6. This is a little bit of a weird one. Yeah, your dice explode on 6, so you have about a 1/3 chance of getting a success on a die. But if you roll a 6, it actually counts as possibly 2 successes. It's even having like 2 or 3 dice is pretty good, but there's a good chance they will do fuck all as well. It's very interesting. But yeah, kind of the idea is you want to beat whatever the target number is, or beat the number of successes they have. Not a very complicated game, but doesn't need to be very complicated. Alright, easy enough to understand. So, effectively, if you beat the number of triumphs, you win. Cool. Attackers win when it comes to ties. Nothing too, nothing too exciting in that regard. There is advantage, disadvantage, and then stats. You assign effectively a 1, 2, 3 to these. You don't get a huge amount. And at first I was like, oh, am I missing something here? No, this is literally the entire stats page of might, agility, and wits. Truly unconquered core, if one might say. So, what are our various talents? Talents are effectively just skills. The interesting thing is, talents do not actually... You don't add it to a final result. You don't add additional dice, you improve your dice results. So let's say, for example, in my D6. Let's say, for example, I roll 3d6, and I've got a 3, 2, and a 5. That 5 is a success, but let's say I have a +2 to something. I could increase that +3 to a 5, so I get 2 successes. That's all talents do. You increase a die size by 1, but they don't explode. Any reason to roll anything else? Not really. Having a +3 is effectively a free success. No matter what you do, a +3 will net you a success. Yeah, learn talents from scholars. Tales of Latter Age talents suit their game world. Kind of very basic stuff. So, we don't really know how to fight. We don't really know how to make a character yet, but let's learn about combat. Effectively, you get 1 action per turn, and you will... you do not actually have initiative. Our adventurers always act after their adversaries, unless they have advantage, which is an element of surprise. Interesting note about that, it means you're going to want to set up an ambush every single opportunity you can, or you will get murked. Make a might check if you want to make a melee weapon, and you roll. If you manage to get more successes than them, they take damage equal to the number of successes you rolled over. And yeah, if they can't make a melee attack roll, which is a little bit difficult to kind of talk about, if that makes sense. What does that mean? No way of making a melee attack roll, because we always have our fists. So because we can always have our fists, in theory, we can always start swinging. Wrath and glory, then. So resolve to resolve a ranged attack, everyone just roll agility, nothing too exciting. Ranged weapons are kind of fucking awful because you have to roll a d6. If you do not roll a 5 or a 6, you lose ammunition. And you're like, ow. Of course, as always, we don't have to worry about movement. Movement is for losers. And if you fight someone with magic, they use wit. Damage is determined by weapons and abilities. 1 to 3 damage, 4 or 5. Armor negates damage, 1, 2, or 3. Might be mundane, might be arcane. Ooh. A 6-hour uninterrupted rest heals all damage. Now, you get inventory slots. That's pretty much all you really need to worry about. Well, let's think. I have a katana. Yes, a katana is in this game. It does 4 damage. A living wire does 4 damage. A longsword does 4 damage. Now, there's something I think is a little bit broken in this situation. A katana is technically the same thing as a sword, as a longsword. This is clearly incorrect. As you know, katanas were folded over 1,000 times by Japanese masters. I think katanas should do 8 damage and be light and easy to use, because they are the superior blade, as one might say. They might be considered a masterwork longsword. And crit on a 19 or 20. But yeah, it's like, oh, there's a couple weird ones, because you're like, okay, bow, and then chakram, a living wire, a club. Then you go to like hand cannon. Yeah, they're hand cannon. I'm like, okay, or a roomie. I think that random things were being thrown at the wall with this one. Is that bad? I don't know. It's funny. Hey, I have a leather armor and a shield. Technically, plate armor does nothing with a shield. Remember that, everyone. Plate armor is worthless if you have a shield. So just build chainmail and a shield and you'll do fine. And then random ass gear. It's like, oh, and then like, oh, here's some esoteric equipment. Okay, what's some magic spell names? Like, oh, well, these are some spell names determine the time of the caster. Casting requires a wit roll. I'm like, okay, TN to the magnitude of spell effect. Okay, I like the idea that spells are a little bit open-ended. I'm like, okay, not really dying earth, but there. And at page 14 of 19, we learn how to make a character. So generally speaking, with 66, average man is 2d6 across the board. You won't be really doing anything more impressive than that. With 6d6 among 3 attributes. So let's do 66 among 3 attributes. It's might, what? Might, wit, and agility. So you would effectively have 3, no, it'd be 3, 2, 1. That's 6. 2, 2, 2 is 6. Yeah, these are the 2 stat spreads you have. I don't think you can actually... No, I don't think there's actually anything else you can... Because you have to have 1 and you have to have 2, and you would have to have... You can only go to a maximum of 3 and only have a maximum of... a minimum of 1. So these are the exact 2 spreads you get. So, there are in total, let's see, there are 4 characters starting characters you can make. Fun fact. Now, this is your cast, and determines starting talents, equipment, and things like that. Like, okay, I'm a Virtuo. I'm a Illuminate, I'm a Armiger, I'm a Exultant, Nose of Noble Blood. I'm like, okay, does those do anything? No. Don't think about it too hard. Then they kind of give you some... They kind of give you some animals or creatures to fight, and that's really the game. Is this going, is this like right now, like, oh my god, this is the big game that's going to come out? Don't know, probably is going to be another one of those OSR games at best, if he decides to follow through on it. If most likely he won't, though. I'm not being mean when I say that, I'm just saying that's what happens to a lot of these games, is a lot of people start them, a lot of people post a proof of concept, and then they realize game design is hard, and it's not fun to... It's not fun when you have to sit there and fiddle with numbers going up and down for like 2 hours. That's not entertaining to a lot of people. It's very frustrating to some. I'm the first one to say it. Sometimes I get annoyed. But okay, all right. We're now moving on into bigger games. Yes, everyone. We've gone over 3 games already, and we're not even at the big games yet. So, let's see, what's, well, actually, we still have another small game to go. Welcome to MOURN, a retro FPS-style RPG. I mean, this has got to be something good, right? Right, everybody? When we go to MOURN, you see, nothing is here, and you're like, oh, well, here it is, actually. This is the game. As you can see, it's raising money. It wants $3,000. This is by EfanGamez. EfanGamez has made other games, such as Grim, which is the exact same game, except it's not... How do I... This one is not the same as MOURN. Yeah, like, this is not the same as MOURN. This is more, Hex, this is more, Hexen. This is more Doom. That's the way that we're going to look at it. That's the way you should look at it. It's more of like a perception thing. And I was like, all right, this was in the Help Me Exist Again bundle by EfanGamez, by all of his games, for $25. Let's kind of see, Help Me Exist Again sales by, yeah, there we go. Yeah, as you can see, escape the grips of capitalism. As you can see, the fighting the grips of capitalism didn't quite work. We've talked about a long time ago Neon Knights. And I remember talking about Neon Knights. And I remember laughing at it because it was very janky. But not good janky, like weird janky, and I was very confused and scared of it. But we're going to talk about more now. We're going to talk about, this is just who this person is, EfanGamez. Anything else really there? No. Limited community copies, leave that. This is what it is. This is a road trip game, as you can kind of see. You know, this is a technically expansion. Wait a second, I saw a name there. Okay, I saw J, and immediately my fight or flight instinct triggered. But what is MOURN? What is MOURN at the end of the day? Let's talk about MOURN, a retro style FPS game. Cool, Ethan H. Reynolds, of course, 2022. Of course, dictators, violence, fascism is being represented. We don't like that, obviously. All of these beautiful people. He does have a Patreon. So, let's learn about what we do. Everything has gone wrong. The queue of here, and it's marathon. Marathon. It's marathon by way of doom. You play as one of the last saviors of Delta 4, armed with the best weapons you can muster. So, at the end of the day, you get a combat skill into your combat skills. Do a Q course found in the game world. Combat skills are health, armor, speed, and damage. The best way to think about this game is how do we mimic a fast-paced FPS? Your standard, Doom likes. I think that would be what they're called now. Retro FPSs. They have a different name every 5 days. It feels like. I think the current term is boomer shooter. I think we're still on boomer shooter, right? Am I going insane? I might be going insane, so feel free to correct me on that. But yeah, you're insane. Yeah, you get used to it. But yeah, so the best way to think about it, health is your under health. Health actually is the thing keeping you alive. You don't get health back very often. Armor is your over health. You lose armor before you lose health. But you get armor a lot more consistently. After defeating enemies and find them in the game world. Speed, 5 feet of movement, because we work on a tile system, obviously. And damage, plus 5 damage to your weapon. Now, this is, like, armor and health feel weird. You could probably cut armor and just do your standard blue and red armor. Maybe if you're being really special, you could add in different armor types to just give you more armor. But that's what they want to do. That's how they choose to handle it. When you die, you enter Soul Steal mode. You can always resurrect at 5 HP if you land a successful attack with a weapon. Effectively, you die, you can bring out your gun, pop a monster in the head, and immediately get back up. That's the goal here. They perform their normal actions. If the player does not land a successful attack, they die. And you can get back up this way 3 times. Of course, you can go to a resurrection altar, should be placed in the world you create, of course, to resurrect the dead player. But they have to sacrifice 3 of their combat skill points, unless they don't have them, and then they just die. So always have like 3 on hand. Doom likes. So, you have 2 actions. At the end of the day, you have 2 actions You fire and you can move pretty much. It's pretty easy to understand. And every single part of this game is actually coin-based. Yes, this is a coin-based game because this is actually Ultra Kill. So anytime you do anything, you flip a coin, you'll think, flip that damn coin, and if it's heads, you hit, and if you roll a tails, you miss. You have to have direct line of sight within the weapon's range, and then you get disadvantage dice equal to the multiple 5 outside of range. So, you might be thinking, what does disadvantage dice mean? Nothing. He uses the term dice throughout this. What he's actually saying is you flip multiple coins and then take the worst one. Yeah, it's a little like, all right. Until your weapon is useless. And with bashing weapon for 5 flat damage, no matter your damage skill. Run out of shots on your weapon. Keep track of this amount. Now, this is one of those weird things. Whenever an enemy is killed, you get 50% of your shots back. So as long as you are killing things, you get it. But we're also Doom Eternal because there is death blows. If you hit 3 attacks in a row, the 4th one does double damage. But it also leads into execution blows. If you are within 5 feet of an enemy, you can perform an execution, and you get 50% of your HP and armor back. Because it's Doom Eternal. A D2 is just... A coin is a D2 thonk. Clink. So at the end of the day, it's like, oh, it's inspired by Wolfenstein, Doom, and Quake. Or match the mechanics of older games is advantageous. Order with squares equal 5 feet. But yeah, like the main way you're going to be upgrading things is through Q cores. As a game master, you are handing out level ups in the game world. They are like a physical thing that you could pick up. But is there anything really outside of that? No, you just always let them have access to ammunition, health packs, and armor pickups. Effectively, you are building a map for them to explore that is a level from Doom. And here's some supplied antagonists, here's some ideas, here's some basic weapons, like a revolver, for example. 20 feet away, dual wield without disadvantage, 6 shots. Double barrel shotgun, 20 damage, 10 feet away, 4 shots. Yes, double barrel shotgun, 4 shots. Fuck it. You get things like, oh, like the assault rifle doesn't do a lot, the energy rifle doesn't do a lot, rocket launcher doesn't do, like, rocket launcher does 25 damage. Pretty fucking good, but it's also direct damage, not area effect damage, which is odd to me, but hey, what do I know? But yeah, like harpoon gun, the MOURN. A dagger, a sword, a spear, a battle axe, gravity hammer, gravity mace, because we're playing Halo now. And that's really, you can get like, oh, here's some role-playing skills. Cool. What's that? It's like, here's some things. Ta-da! Just flip a coin. If, like, there you go. You've done just flip coins. Ta-da! Yes. Yeah, it's not really complicated to actually, like, it's clearly not the focus. Like, you can even see, like, role-playing is at the back of the book almost, and it's 2 pages. It's actually a page. Enemies are pretty simple. Like, let's say, for example, a Q soldier. The standard of the Q Empire, 4-winged creature with sectoid eye and salivating fangs. They deal 20 damage. They have a range of damage of 10, 25 feet, 25 movement. 4 players shoot this thing once with a 5 damage weapon, it dies. However, you don't always have that. You have just a big gun that does 25 damage or something, or more damage, who knows. But yeah, some of these are kind of Halo-esque, the way that it's set up. But like, oh, here's Lord Caddis, the Brute, Lord of Combat, thousands of planets. Oh god, I know what you defeated. You wield a large hammer and switch to a large plasma assault rifle at a whim. Yeah, it's he instantly kills you. And that's MOURN. It definitely exists. I feel like this is too detached from the subject matter. It was added because you need to have it. You need to have role playing in a TTRPG, right? So here's the role playing section. Here's the dedicated page to it. Does it exist? Yeah, it exists. Is there anything more or less to this? No. Uh, Currently, why is this? I play this instead of Light, for example, or the 20XX game. Because it's, well, it's this game, obviously. Don't you know? It's this game, so it's this. So it's good. And remember, this is normally $10. I want you to remember that. Normally, this game is 10 United States dollars, and you can now buy it for $7.50 if you want. But you can buy the whole bundle. If you really want, you can buy the entire bundle for, let me find it. For $15, you can buy the entirety of the bundle and get everything here. Get all the Neon Knights first edition bundle. You can get you can get Help Me Exist Again TTRPG. You can get all of this right now for 25% off. For $25, you can buy all of these games. Like Grimm, which is, I believe, the exact same game. I believe Grimm is like a more like thought out version, if that makes sense. I believe it is the more thought out version, but I didn't have that one, so I didn't go over it. When did MOURN come out? MOURN is, yeah, August 5th. So it came out about a year ago. Actually, about 2 years ago. Yeah, I know. It's like, all right. That's cool. That's neat. All right. So let's see. We've got 4 more games. Yes, we've got 4 more games to cover. All of them being a little bit stranger than the last. So we're going to start. Let's see. How extravagant do we want to play? Do we want to be extravagant, or do we want to start off with something a little light? You know what? Let's play extravagant. Let's look at some real Kino on the menu, everyone. Welcome to KarmaPunks. Yep, welcome to KarmaPunks. I believe that's AI art. I believe that is. If it's not, well, you're not convincing me that much. By Devan Oratz. Now, this one's a little bit weird. And I say this is a little bit weird because if we go over here, Devan Oratz, we somewhat talked about him before, a long time ago, actually. Because Devan Oratz, if we go over here, is a TTRPG designer. So, this is it. So, things he's worked on: Shadowrun's 5th edition, Shadowrun 5th edition, Psionics, the next stage of human evolution, because that's where we actually know him from. We know him from primarily, where was it? Where the fuck were you? And Transmission Games. This is where we primarily know him from. We actually talked about Dice Punks a long ass time ago. And I remember seeing that. I'm like, wait a second, I know who the fuck you are. Their main games are like Psionics or Splinter. And he worked with them. He was a co-founder of this company. I'm like, okay. And he talks about things like, oh, well, I mostly work with, he's started doing video games. This is his video game right here. It came out 2 months ago. And it's an RPG Maker game. I'm like, okay, cool. And you're like, all right, no reviews or anything. Probably doubt anyone's actually seen this game except for right now. He talks about video games a lot. I can respect that. Yeah, kind of. He seems to be yeah, he seems to be a pretty normal shit poster on the internet. Nothing to yeah, kind of doing the best here. I'm like, all right, there's a couple RPG Maker games, but his current tabletop games are nothing. It's very, very little. And he was like, oh well, I won a bunch of awards back in the day. You know, I'm an any award winner. I got all these amazing things, and very clearly, you were not the one doing anything else, really. Let's just call a spade here. You are not the one doing the impressive stuff in the tabletop role-playing industry. So there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being the other guy. That's fine. And that's all I could really say. I was like, yeah, here's all end transmission games. Here's, ETG is dead. And, yeah. Yeah, let's talk about his magnum opus, KarmaPunks. Now, there's one thing I want you to remember about KarmaPunks, and this is the most important thing in the world. He wrote for Shadowrun. Just remember that. He wrote for Shadowrun. So, first thing we got to do is learn how to build a punk. Now, obviously, I actually made a character for this. Say hello to Mr. Cyberman, or otherwise known as Ogato Mbeke. Now, Ogato Mbeke is Mr. Cyberman, obviously. Domo arigato, Mr. Mbeke. Now, I was thinking about things. I'm like, okay, how do we do this? How do we make this existence better? Go away. I'm like, all right, I'm ready. Oh, there we go. So, first thing you're introduced to is build a punk. So, again, the fun comes from the form of destabilizing, disrupting corporatic and/or fascistic hierarchies, doing drugs, stunting on cots, and blowing shit up. You just act like a terrorist in this game. We use Ethereum for everything. We love Ethereum. And this game isn't about saving. It's possibly not getting any better anytime soon, but be not afraid. You are some of the badassest mofos in it. Now, you got 4 stats. Body, dexterity, smarts, and maxi. Otherwise known as your BDSM. Thought he was very creative when he was doing that. This is just Temu Shadowrun. Oh, it gets far funnier. What are we checking out? We're itch.io dumpster diving. We went over a couple pieces of trash, and now we're getting into funny trash, otherwise known as KarmaPunks. So, oh lord. So, we get to assign 7d6 among our main stats. So I ended up putting something like this in. So, effectively, we have a 7, 6, 5, and a 4 in all of our stats here. Now, in Mbeke, I chose to be very dexterous because I'm like, okay, I want to be gunman. I'm like, I'm going to be Mr. Gun. So I'm going to shoot you with a gun and you're going to die. Cuckoo choo choo. Now, you don't roll your dice except for when you are making a check, for example. Most of this is actually going to be a target, not a target number, success. It's a success-based system, sort of. So, when it says 5+ your bod, effectively, I have a health of 12. It is very confusing with some of these, because they all do something slightly different. Like, stealth here is an actual, like, you add up your dice together, and that's your stealth rating. Like, what's your initiative? Technically, my initiative is 8D. What's my bioenergy? My bioenergy isn't this D6, even though you see a D6 there, it's rolled and added all together. Perception is 7D. That's what I mean by it gets a little bit, like, a lot of these are, like, are die, except when they aren't. And the character sheet is very much a me character sheet. This is something I would make, and I'm bad at character sheets. So, 14 skills. This is where things get a little bit odd as well. So, you see a lot of these where it's like, oh, you get the 7 here, but then you get like 3 hearts here. So, these are your normal skills. So let's say, for example, my smarts, I have a smarts of 5. If I add my hardware, I would roll 6d6, because I have 1 in my smart skill, I got 5 in my smart. Special skills, on the other hand, do special things. That's the big thing, they do special things. Such as giving you more health, having luckier rolls, or being able to act twice, because that's what the wire does. Bulletproof Heart allows you to, once per game session, per rank, you can completely negate a damage. I've been shot with a gun that does 10 damage, I can say nuh-uh. No. It's superhumanly fast. Yeah, it's effectively, you can spend 5 of your bioenergy to act a second time in a free round. Some of them aren't like that. You might notice, like, oh, here's occult, occult and mojo. Effectively, there are 2 varieties of magic, because yes, magic is real in this setting. This is important. Everyone begins with a couple languages. You can also learn languages the old-fashioned way. And now we get to graphic design is my passion. Now, you get the option of 0, 1, or 2 augmentations. If you have no augmentations, you get more spells than if you have 2, which means you have none. I would recommend going with magic, though. There's a very particular reason why I would say go with magic, because this is the augmentation chart. We're going to talk about graphic design here for a second. I want y'all just to really take it in. We're going to talk about graphic design. We're going to say that this is not the right way to do graphic design. Out of many things in life, this is not how we do graphic design. There's many ways in life to do graphic design, and some are better than others, but this is definitely the wrong one. Like, I just want you to, I'm just letting you all soak it in. Oh no, what's going on here? But yes, this is how, it's a little bit hard to say, but let's say, for example, hand raisers. Integral, like you have a melee weapon, cool. You have a grapple hook, okay. You've got magneto hands, cyber eyes, reactive ballistic armor. That's why I recommend you getting cybernetics, because your eyes will bleed. Alternatively, if you are let's say, for example, you are a shaman. You're a shaman. You use Moxie and Mojo to pay for your magic. However, if you're using Smarts and Occults, you are Chaos Magicians of thousands of years of Western ritual mysticism, cast their spells from mathematical formula traded online. Yes, so effectively you trade dank memes to cast Fireball. So, shamans get a lot more out of it. That's the thing. Playing a shaman means you're getting more bang from your buck than if you are playing a magician. Weird thing to note, though. Nothing is saying that you can't both be a shaman and be a magician. So yeah, you take one of these totems here. So like, hey, like hawk shamans, or I want to be a rat shaman and I get all of these things, or I want to be a hawk shaman and get that. I want to be a karma chameleon, raven. Yeah. You look at it, you're like, oh, okay. Shaman defeated. Yeah, pretty much. Now your spells, you can choose six or two. Most spells cost bioenergy, but they're also very open. As long as you are making as long as you are hitting your correct one, you're doing good. So let's say, for example, I want to cast. Actually, you know what? We'll do blind because I chose to be a. I've got my two abilities. I can blind you and I can ghost dash. Ghost dash. So let's say blind. It's one action. And if you're within 30 meters, I can cast six BE. I cast 6 of my bioenergy and make a spellcasting roll versus your resistance. If I win, I steal your natural sense of sight. You fail any perception chase based on sight and all disadvantage on all defensive rolls. They cannot see to defend themselves. And I can sustain this for as long as I want, and I don't think you can actually resist it afterwards, according to this. So if I manage to blind your ass, I could just keep spending my bioenergy here, which is not like you don't have a lot of. Like, I'm not even, like, perfectly optimized for it. And I didn't even roll very well. I rolled a bunch of 2s. I could just keep you blind for like an entire combat and then have my straight Sam fucking rip you in half. And then you get things like Chain Lightning. 1 turn, 1 enemy within 60, 12, but they take 6 electrical damage. Doesn't seem like a lot, but when you realize like 12 is an excessive amount of health, and you could have at minimum 9, 6 is a lot of damage. However, you can expend additional BP to do additional damage. So, if you spend, let's say, 14, let's say you spend 16 BE on Chain Lightning, you deal 8 damage, you do 2 secondary bolts to other people, which could possibly be 5 damage, which is 5 damage a pop. Which is, yeah, okay, I cast Lightning Bolt effectively, which is, like, to me, might be even be a 4th or something of this, and I've completely murked 2 people. Yeah, it's Chaos Magicians get a lot more things. This is very important because Shamans have to rely on the sky. Now, charisma, you get create ward. You get a lot of spells here that can do a lot of different things. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like, I like the idea of it because everyone can always heal. Everyone can always do that. It doesn't matter what it is. It just matters the out of how you are choosing to do it. Now, if we scroll all the way down to our starting gear, we get Ethereum. Yes, we get a lot of Ethereum. Now, your smarts plus your moxie times 10,000. Smarts plus I ended up with 90,000 Ethereum. Now, to give you an idea, ETH to USD, I want to do 90,000 Ethereum. In current Ethereum money, I am let's see, 1, 2, 3. I have 235 million. You start with 235 million USD. I did with 90,000 Ethereum. With 90,000 Ethereum. However, since we're in the future, I can only assume Ethereum prices are down somewhat. I'm assuming that they're lower than this at this point, because that's a bit of money. But yeah, you start with that much Ethereum. They don't tell you how much Ethereum is actually worth. It just is worth. It's worth 1, you can think. Because a combat knife... I want to buy a combat knife. In modern Ethereum dollars, it would be a little over $1 million to buy a combat knife. Yeah, okay, we're not maybe working. Yeah, inflation got a bit fucky. We can only assume. But yeah, no, it's as you can kind of see, base damage. You get a lot of money to play around with, but you can't really get like the really intense stuff. And as Ethical said, somewhere someone was getting really autistic about guns, because you kind of see the way all the guns are worded and how detailed every single one is. But he bitched out halfway through. Let's just say that. You can be a hacker if you want. You may be saying, "Hey, what do you mean? I want to be a hacker man when I grow up." And well, if you want to be a hacker man, for 60,000 Ethereum, you can be a hacker man and hack everyone. And hack the planet. Or you can try to get a Durandal. Power spells, or of course, pro energy bar packed with nutrients and carbs. Of course. Now, you may be thinking, Notepad, a bioelectric power cell only restores 20 points of BE and costs 5,000 Ethereum. However, 20 Chunko honey bars restores 20 points of BE, but only cost 2,000. Be smart. Invest in Chunko honey bars. Invest in all of the Chunko honey bars, because you need more of them, because this is how you're going to cast Magic Missile. Remember, everyone, Chain Lightning is simply 12 Chunko honey bars. And if you start measuring magic powers or anything like that in the number of Chunko honey bars, the game gets infinitely funnier. Oh man, I need to cast heal on you. Let me eat 12 Nutrigrain bars. It's truly perfect. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, burner phones, standard phones, durable phones. Now, if I wanted to be really specific here, I would need to get a real phone. Because Ogato here, Ogato ended up with 47,000. This is his set. Chunko honey, 20 Chunko honey bars, a synth jacket, a smart Glock 49, of course. It's smart Glock, it's smart linked. And he needs to buy a phone. So, let's think. I want to buy a durable phone. I want to buy a durable phone that costs me 15,000 Ethereum to buy. On the other hand, I have Firewall 4, which is actually very hard to hack into, by the way. That's 4 successes you need on your dice, which aren't simple to get. This is where hacking comes in. We're not hacking man. And of course, as God intended, 9mm is in fact worth 250. Get ready to be autistic about guns. Scarf Red Markets flashbacks. You don't understand, officer. I need to eat Chunko honey bars. Yeah, so I'm kind of zooming through all this, but like, yeah, you can also do some firearm modifications, not a lot of firearm modifications. Arguably, an external smart link makes a gun worse, because people can now hack your gun. But if you're smart linked up, you get a bunch of other things. So let's do the lore. Lore is funny. So, 2050X, we're in 2050s right now. 2050X can almost be unrecognizable as living in present day, because it has taken place. So, diverged arguably in August 23rd, 2013. The geopolitical world was utterly shattered by the unexpected and unequally distributed reemergence of magic with a K in late August of 2013. When the day saw catastrophic and explosive events around the world, enough that even decades later, news of happening one day will be recorded and processed. Visible certainty, the most devastating terrorist attack in the heart of Washington, D.C., by thundering dawn that left the Washington Monument toppled, the reflecting pool on fire, and the dome of the Capitol buildings shattered. The same day, at the same time, Mount Rushmore and the Black Hills exploded. So, to give you an idea, it has a kind of simple way of doing it. Everyone who is oppressed got magic powers. This is where things started getting weird. So, the last ebbing of famous misinterpreted real magic from our world coincided with the rise of the Roman Empire. The ancient shamanic traditions who may belong to historically marginalized and oppressed groups. This is a very important note. This is a very important note of marginalized and oppressed groups. Now, I want you to imagine the term marginalized and oppressed, and I want you to think of this, because the prototypical case study would be the indigenous peoples of the United States. First practitioners of scientifically observable magic were the shamans of the First Nations tribe, including, but not limited to, Apache, Cheyenne, Crow, Lakota, Navajo, and Sioux, because they're all the exact same, as we know. We're members of the Thundering Dawn. Effectively, the best way to think about it is magic indigenous terrorists decide to destroy the United States. That's where we're starting off here. By colonial settlers and ongoing brutal suppression of indigenous peoples throughout the United States. In 2013. 2013. I don't know where this man lives, by the way. This is important though. I don't know where this guy lives. Like, this is important. No, I do not know where this man lives. I do not know his MO. I don't know the way he looks at things, the way he perceives the world. However, I have a strange feeling that he lives either on the deep East Coast or the deep West Coast. And I don't think he's seen anything outside of that. And I find that very amusing in the wrong ways. Oh no. Actually, I'm curious. We're going to play a game, everyone. Let's see. Graduated in 2008 from Charles Lilly Webb creative program, State of University, New York. New York City. In New York. Let's see. So, just to make sure that people understand, he is a New Yorker, and I am completely unsurprised by this state of affairs. The thing is, McDrewsall, most of them do not care because the problem is they get free shit from the United States government. I'm not going to lie. They get free shit from the US, like healthcare. Like, you gotta remember, all the natives do get free healthcare if they live on the res. Yeah, it's free healthcare. Technically, they get a bunch of free education initiatives. And yeah, no, it's life is good, not great, but well, life kind of sucks. But and very few. I've learned one thing: very few natives actually give a shit about like give us our land back because they what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Nothing. They're not gonna do anything on it because they can't. I can get very particular with it. I grew up around natives, Native Americans or First Nations, as they would be called. I grew up around them, and I learned that they just fucking hate one another more than anything. But yeah, so the ritual magic dances, Thunder calls the eruption of Washington Monument, and so they performed terrorism. Old-fashioned means of political terror and asymmetrical warfare. Yeah, no, they just perform terror operations, and these are the good guys. American Indian, the Earth First and Earth Liberation Front eco-terrorist groups, and the new Black Panther Party, the Alaskan Independence Party, and the Hawaiian Sovereignty Movement, American separatist movements. This is the various regional American separatist movements. I want you to know that most likely in Thundering Dawn, there is a man in a very funny white hood being like, yeah, fuck it, we want to form our own state. And everyone's like, oh no. Effectively, yeah, no, Don Rudo Trump won 2016 and then proceeded to, oh no, let's oppress people with magic. Yeah, we wanted to oppress people with magic, and then COVID happened, and then everything went terribly wrong. It was like, oh no, haha, look everyone, Don Rudo Trump won in 2020. This came out this year, by the way, like 2 months ago. Yes, the Russians definitely were the ones doing it. Everything went wrong there. Some other fun ones. So, indigenous ethnic and cultural groups throughout the world also rediscovered magical traditions, ritual magic with real demonstratable and, at least to outsiders, utterly terrifying results. Mostly also, don't forget Microsoft, which was bought by Alphabet. Yeah, it's so to give you an idea, the Aleutian and Tugas people of Russia, because remember, Russians are not ethnic, cultural, indigenous cultural groups in their own place. The Ainu people of Japan, because remember, Japanese people are honorary Aryans. They are sons of Yakub along with us. And the Uyghurs in China. So remember that Islamic magic does occur in China. We don't talk about that part, though. Yeah, technically, chaos magicians in Yorkshire become the first Caucasoids to cast magic. Yes, everyone. UK Caucasoids cast magic as chaos magicians. Yeah. Western mysticism. Yeah, then things just get weird. White nationalists in Northwestern Territory impressive, the White Aryan Republic, the New Republic of Texas movement, and a neo-Confederate movement in the South. Politically diametric. Yeah, okay. All right, let's do Alaska. Hawaiian sovereignty, collects it. Yes, collects it. Happened, everyone. It does get funnier. Have no fear, Muso. It does get funnier. Yeah, collects it. Hashtag collects it happened. Yeah, this is KarmaPunks, otherwise known as we have Shadowrun at home. Yeah, so everything kind of went terribly wrong. The US collapsed effectively. Yeah, technically he does ascertain that COVID was probably an American/Chinese government job. So based in Sneed-pilled, I guess. All right. Yeah, so effectively Russia wins. Sort of. Unchecked global. This is one of those other ones, like, technically global warming happened super bad, and now we're all going to die. California should be lost, but we don't talk about that point. Yeah, so... Nope, I'm getting a phone call. Give me a moment. Hello. Yes, this is KarmaPunks, and we're going through the intricate lore section. So, the American Spring and the End Wars. The Great American Experiment ended in the 2030s. Effectively, yeah, everything collapsed. Almost all the states of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, North and South Dakota, and Nebraska now belong to the councils of the Native American tribes that lived on those lands prior to the waves of European settler colonialists. There's a line, actually. There's a line from a movie. I can't remember the exact movie it's called, but it's been passed around every now and again. I think it's called Black Hills or something. And it's effectively a cavalry officer back in the Indian Wars. And he approaches these guys being like, these are our sacred, it's supposedly a Native American man. And he's like, these are our sacred hills, get out of here and all that. And he effectively says, well, you drove off the previous occupants and claimed those, and eventually someone will drive you off and claim these hills. We are the ones driving you off now. This is how you've been doing it for centuries. This is how we're going to be doing it now, except we have better ways of doing it. And this is what I'm reminded of, and it's very funny. It's like, so it's like, oh, okay, but yes, most everything gets split up. Everyone is completely fine and happy with one another. Yeah, Denver is unfortunately now in the middle of everything. Because Mexico also stole part of their stolen land. Yeah, I want you to remember that. Also, the fact that the Cheyenne seized all of Oklahoma, I think a lot of people in Oklahoma aren't going to like that very much. Yeah, one of the other weird things is they make a big note of being like, in response to the assault weapon ban, the new Confederacy seceded from the U.S. That wouldn't happen either. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Arguably, they would be more in favor of the U.S. at this point, fun fact. Here's the thing, I don't think people quite understand. Like, we're in the middle of a horrifying, world-changing event. The South is probably one of the most hardcore, like, we're ride or die with the concept of the USA at this moment in time than ever before. They are they are super USA. They might like, they don't want to secede. Why? Because a majority of their boys are in the military. The South brings up a proportionately large number of the military. They want, it'd be like, yeah, we're banning assault rifles unless you are like totally okay with it, then you can totally have them. Yeah. Yeah, the new Confederacy includes all the same states that were part of the 1861 Confederacy, save Texas. Because that makes sense and in no way is strange, especially when it comes to Virginia and the proximity to various states. We don't talk about that. Joined this time by Kentucky and West Virginia. Famously famous. Texas remained part of the Union, and then it seceded to the new Republic of Texas. Or the Lone Star Republic. Yeah, yeah, and then Mexico seized parts of that. Mexico is owned by the Sinaloa cartel. Sorry, Las Zetas, you kind of got mogged. I'm sorry to say, Las Zeta to my fellow Las Zetas, cartel members. You lost in KarmaPunks. It seems that you got mogged. I'm sorry, I did not write this. This is by this guy. If you are a member of the Las Zetas, understand that you need to find this guy, not me. But yes, remember, the Sinaloa cartel have magic as well because of Santa Muerte. Admittedly, no one's producing anything in this setting, it feels like. Yeah, marginalized group. Yeah, Tibet broke away. This is one of those things, like, by the way, there's other things happening. But my favorite part is right here. In the middle of the 2030s, India and Pakistan just nuked each other into oblivion. Hundreds of millions of people are dead, functionally obliterated both nations. This is in the middle of nowhere, by the way. It's like, oh, well, North America and the Tribal Treaty Organization, India and Pakistan have been nuked into oblivion. Tibet exists. Yeah, Tibet is using magic to fight China. Yeah, effectively, Tibet caused the downfall of the Chinese Communist Party. Because remember, China has absolutely no claim to the Chinese land. Remember that, everyone. Ta-da! Yeah, yeah, let's see. Corporate city-states. Yeah, Tibet, united under the 15th Dalai Lama, became the most powerful and stable nation in mainland Asia. Tibet. Half of China is owned by somebody else. Yeah, so we went to space at one point. Everything went horribly wrong. Everything is magic, has seized huge swaths of tribal land. Now, I want to introduce the map because the map is great. I have a deep appreciation for the map. So now, if you're thinking it's map time, we want to learn about North America. Because remember, North America is the only relevant state in the world. The only relevant country in existence. So here is the map of the United States of America. As you can see, Canada has been annexed. Somewhere along the way, Canada was annexed by the US. Quebec and Newfoundland have joined forces to become that. Colombia and Alberta are still part of the USA. The Northern Native Nations, the Athcan tribal, Confederated tribe, Califree. The thing is, I do like the implication that they decided to not call themselves California, but instead call themselves Califree. I want you to understand that Califree is the actual name. I also want you all to understand that the states are perfectly aligned, except down here, to make sure that everyone got the right states. Because obviously people would respect state borders for something that they historically don't have state borders anymore with. Does this... I love how it says annexed by Mexico. Yeah, you gotta remember, this is... You gotta remember, this isn't Mexico anymore. This is Sinaloa, Mexico. This is Cartel Mexico. So the cartel states literally rolled in there. Well, yeah, like, that's just what it is. It's just that now. Yeah, again, they don't even really talk about the fact that, like, the US, the new USA exists. The NUSA exists. But again, they don't talk about the annexation of fucking Canada. Also, don't forget, Japan keeps losing. They don't talk about it, but it's kind of that hatred of Japan I always find funny. So, to give you an idea, power of magic, digital seize back huge swaths of tribal land through North America. Corporate governed cities like Tokyo, Vancouver, Berlin, Montreal, Hong Kong, and the reclaimed seastead of Satoshi City in the Mediterranean Sea south of France are now considered the vast majority of Western civilization. Tokyo, Hong Kong, and Satoshi City in the Mediterranean. Vast majority of Western civilization. Again, I always find it funny that Japan is treated as like this, like, horrible people. It's always funny in these things. Yeah, you are just a bunch of terrorists. You're KarmaPunks. Yeah, 5 or 6 hits. That's all you need to know. Yeah, you've done it, everyone. We've successfully learned how to play the game. At the end of the day, do you know a guy? You roll your stats. Let's say, for example, I want to make a athletics check. So I'm going to take 7d6. Because I've got 6 in my body and 1 in my athletics. I'm going to take 7d6. Roll. We roll them all up, and we score 0 successes because I rolled jack shit. I got 3 6s. I got 3 6s, so I scored 3 successes, or 3 hits. And that's really it. Is there anything more exciting than that? No. Most of the time you're going to be opposed by someone else. That's the secret. Most of the time you're opposing someone else. Contacts and rumors are, you make a single check and you might hear things, you might figure things out. It's an optional rule to aid people or do extended checks. But let's get to combat, alright? Did I miss the Europe history or what? Europe exists, and we don't talk about Europe. Europe is gone. Europe has been evaporated. The only thing left in Europe is southern France. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tashi. The entirety of Europe, except Russia, that does exist for some reason. The entirety of Europe has been evaporated, along with a majority of the rest of Asia, like, you know, all those other places and the UK, have been evaporated into nothingness. It's this is actually a super post-apocalyptic setting in which most of the world has been reduced to nothingness. Truly, California moment. When the feces truly hit the fan, shit's called go Nakatomi. So you make your roll your initiative. You're going to be stuck with that. The idea is that after a turn is over, after the full round of actions are over, you can pay BE to go another time. You take a second action. It's bonus rounds. That's like one of the big things here. Things are pretty open when it comes to maps. You can move up to 12 meters, but it's a free action and a regular action, and they can move. Things aren't too exciting. You just have to pay BE for a lot of different things. But let's say, for example, I have the Wire 2. Let's say I can pay 5 actions. I can take 5 BE to take a second action. First time, I can take another 5. I can spend 10 BE effectively to take 2 actions, one after each other, after the round is over. If I have 3 Wire, that means I can do it 3 times. I pay 15 for 3. It is, I don't hate the idea of the Wire mechanic. I don't hate it. I think that's a pretty interesting idea. It incentivizes people to go fast. It's just very, It's a lot of, like, make sure to pay your BE. Ta-da! So, again, remember, when in doubt, just eat more Chonko honey bars. Oh no, there's a problem. What should I do? Chonko honey bars. Wait, what happened to Ukraine? Last we heard about Ukraine, it was still being invaded by Russia in the 2030s. So I can only assume it is permanent stalker town over there. We are being cheeky breekies, and we are fighting day in, day out of that area. The front lines have not moved. Nothing has happened. It's so over, Kings. Of course, this does lead to a question of who would get. This does lead to a question of who would get magic powers in the Ukrainian area. Would Russians get magic first because they are native to Russia, or do the Ukrainians get magic first due to marginalization? And also, notice the very tactical withdrawal of mentioning anything in the Middle East. By the way, they have exactly one instance of talking about the Middle East, and it's very funny. But you have some other weird notes there. They don't talk about the Middle East at all because they're white, so they're only native to Hyperborea, Jakob's sons. Again, they don't mention Africa at all, and they do not mention the Middle East. Which the Middle East would be a fascinating shit show because of a very particular nation that we are not allowed to talk about in polite company. But technically, no one would be native there because of the frequent issues, except one group, which we are not legally obligated to talk about due to occurring situations there. Do they mention Brazil? They do not mention South America either. They do not mention, all we know is Pakistan has been reduced to ash. And Brazil, nothing on Brazil or South America. I can only assume that the entirety of the Sinaloa cartel has taken over. Nothing in the Caribbean. Again, it's very tactical, like, we're not going to talk about things like the Caribbean, which would be an interesting place to talk about. Unironically, here's the thing. This is gonna be a little like a side tangent. Like, out of all cyberpunk settings, you want to know where they don't talk about anything cyberpunk related? The fucking Caribbean. Have you noticed that? They never talk about the Caribbean in cyberpunk fiction. Caribbean's fucking weird. Like, the Caribbean has a bunch of weird shit going on in it, but they really don't talk about it at all. Like, it's like, oh man, it's just It's just there, man. Haha, look, it's the Caribbean. Like, never becomes pirate pirate place again. I'm just like, what? Marine nomads or sea nomads. Yeah. Yeah, let me just do something real fast. But yeah, like they don't talk about. Yeah, they don't really talk about the Caribbean, and like it's one of those places where I was kind of musing about. Like you can put cyberpunk in a lot of different settings that are a lot more interesting than your traditional Seattle's. It's the Coyote and Crow, yeah. Honestly, a lot of I think the idea, like, there's a lot of things in the Caribbean that are like, oh, there's a lot of money in the Caribbean that people don't think about. There's like, there's a shit ton of money in the Caribbean, but it's no money that we're not allowed to talk about. See, that's the interesting thing. It's like I don't know what Caribbean cyberpunk would be like because it deviates so far from what you would traditionally think of cyberpunk. It's very fascinating. But yeah, so attacks and damage. Roll bod plus close combat or dex plus guns against target's defense. Most of the time, your defense is not going to be great. Most of the time, you're going to be defending with your body, or you're going to be defending with your dex. It's one of those things like getting a gun and shooting someone is a lot better because in melee it's bod plus close combat, but dex is just against ranged attacks. So it's like if you have a good range and you start popping someone with bad dex is going to get shot and they're going to fall over. And it's kind of like a lot of, and you kind of see like most people take a bit of damage. Like even taking any damage is kind of bad. And like as you kind of even see, like if I take 6 damage, if I'm at half health, I effectively start hemorrhaging. Like I take -2 to all my actions. Like that's crippling. Like it's pretty fucking bad. You take 6 damage from anything, you're on your ass. Like yeah, you just fall over. Like it can get bad really fast. Like melee weapons usually have the option of retaliatory damage, which I've gradually adopted the idea of like if I'm going to do melee attacks, it's going to be retaliatory at this point because I like the idea of retaliatory attacks. There's also things that you can do with retaliatory attacks that are a little bit more interesting, such as just saying the idea of like, hey, your character's so fucking fast that they can't retaliate against it, or hey, you being able to say like, oh no, I want to feint and I want to be like, I'm going to make an attack but not really, and we'll put everything to defense or something. Like there's a lot of things you could do with just the idea of like, yeah, you retaliate. That's fine. Well, of course we have the obtuse grappling rules as always. God bless them. Yeah, when in doubt, just stack up on someone with crowbars and you can beat them to death a lot easier. Uh, yeah, no, getting ganked is actually a serious problem. But yeah, no, double tap, 2 shots on the same target. Range option, generally speaking, like this is the actual combat section of the game is decently put together. Holy shit, that's a second one today. My god. Imagine Vice City with cyborgs, Dex friends. Yes, Dex is kind of a king stat in this, not gonna lie. Jesus fuck. This is what happens when I get like hyper focused. I forget the fact that my fucking new Alien movie came out. watch that. So, yeah, you get 0, you are fucked, you're on your ass kind of thing, and then you have to make a resistance roll. The resistance rolls are usually not too bad, but it's still painful. I have a 5d to my resistance roll. Let's say, for example, I'm, Mbeke is at 0, roll my dice. I've got 1 hit. 1 hit, I don't die, but I'm still in critical condition. I'm still there. If you roll 0 hits, you're fucked. Like, you're fucked. Like, you're not doing too hot. So it's like, having a doctor on the team isn't a bad idea. It never is a bad idea. Status effect, a couple status effects, nothing too exciting. Like, oh, hey, it's like you're wounded, you're prone, you do all these things. There is hacking. Hacking is really fucking easy, by the way. A rocker boy, you say? Sorry, everyone. Johnny Silverhand, except he's a Caribbean guy with a fucking Bluetooth. Yeah, it's one of the weird things about it is that, like, a very odd thing about it is hacking is very easy to do, relatively speaking. The thing is, like, you have to, you roll smarts and software against the target's firewall, and whatever your net successes is, if they do not have a good firewall, if they have a firewall of like 1 or 2, it's very easy to fuck them up. But mind you, the range is very short, but it's like, oh, hey, I score 2 successes, and you can no longer use your gun because it's a smart gun. Or, oh no, I plant a tracker on you. Oh no, I locked an AUG. Oh no, I fucked your overload. So if you roll like 4 or 5 hits, you can completely cripple someone by reducing everything to 0. But here's the thing. If you are against anything with a decent firewall, it starts getting a little bit hectic. So it's like, oh, hey, I've got, like, let's say, for example, I've got my smarts of 5 and a software of, like, 2. Let's say I'm rolling 7d6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm rolling 7d6, and I'm going to be opposing someone with 4d6 firewall. So I've rolled there. I've got 1 success. And I roll here, and I score 0 fucking successes. Because I cannot roll for shit today. Like, even opposing anything with a decent firewall suddenly becomes a lot more precarious. Because remember, everything's rolled. But if you're going up against something with a shitty firewall, you can kind of kick some ass, and you can really fuck with someone. And hacking is kind of weird in that regard, because it is... You are making a gamble, way bigger of a gamble than you would think, with just the number of dice available. Jammer ratings, there's programs, there's ice software. Hey, if you roll success, recommends, it's like, hey, you got a counter ends, you got a tar pit, you've got a black ice. Hey, congratulations. Firewall, that hit firewall does lethal damage. Yeah, you can just kill someone with black ice, because of course you can. You get a few pits of karma every session. You can always increase things. Yeah, it's interesting, like the titular wire referring to their wired reflexes. Yeah, this is one of those odd things where it's like the wire represents wired reflexes, and of course everyone has wired reflexes because it's Shadowrun. I mean, like, that's not how that works. Yeah, it's like, that's kind of a weird note here. It's like, here's a big exception clause for a very important, very powerful ability. Again, always start spending karma to increase that. PK kits. PK kits are interesting. You effectively stab yourself into that. They're worth mega credits. 100,000 there. You get special shit, effectively. You become less human and more augmented. You get more super cool augs and stuff like that. You hit rank 5. If you're a pilot, rank 5 pilot, you get jack shit. You rank 5 at hardware, you can customize your gun. Cool. On the other hand, Close Combat 5, you can just start fighting a lot of people. Gun 5, just say fuck it. When in doubt, just take hard boiled. Skill wires. Skill wires are kind of there. Spell locks, kind of like ritual stuff. Jet set life. Now, this is the only time, like, oh, anarchy things are really popping up. The only time is right here with collectivized living. Underground, hippy-dippy, tribal, criminal, or anarchist collective. You cover lower class living for a large group of people. You pay 2,500 a month, but you get 1 karma for each month, awarded on the first month, and you learn some new skills with it. However, you can get multiple people together in a single house, but you increase the base cost by 25%. So living in a middle-class home is technically, for everyone, it would be 10,000... Let's say for 3 characters. That would be $15,000 a month, effectively. 15,000, I guess, new yen or whatever the fuck. 15,000 new yen a month for 3 people to live in a middle-class home, which isn't bad, relatively speaking. That's less than a high life for 3 people. That's not lux or anything. If more of them came with this, if that makes sense, like here's some more benefits of living in middle class, living in high life, living here. But like, the one thing about living like lux means that you get actually more karma, but you never want to do that. But you get a weird incentive being like, you want to live, you want to fuck off everything else. I want to live lux because you want to. There's very little like anarchist things in this. Like it's just there to say it is. And it kind of sucks. It's kind of a... Yeah, here's some more advanced augmentations to blind you. Yeah, it's... You would make them guess that a game saying that it's anarchist cyberpunk, you would get more cyberpunks, anarchist stuff in it. It doesn't. Generally speaking, the only weird ones in here is Microsoft and Google technically have Aleph. Lockheed Martin and a bunch of other ones have Prometheus. There are a couple dragons like Fafnir and Ryujin. Yeah, Ryujin obliterated the new SA of Pearl Harbor and on the 9th of that month. Destroyed the Air Force facilities at Wake Atoll. Yeah, yeah, don't forget, Japanese dragons blew up the U.S. in Japan. Yeah. There's dragons and there's immortals. Yeah, there's immortals from Highlander. They even say like it's like from the rock band Queen, Mark of the Wandering Jew. I'm like, oh, what? Huh? Like what the fuck where the fuck did this come from? Like here's AI stuff. I'm like, what? Huh? Hey, look, it's virtual reality combat. Cool. Here's like an entire different system. Is KarmaPunks good? No, not really. It is Bizarro Shadowrun. That is the best way to summarize KarmaPunks. It is Bizarro Shadowrun, created by someone who worked on Shadowrun, but I think really hated Shadowrun at the same time. And I find that very funny. Like, I hate Shadowrun, and I want no one else to enjoy Shadowrun. On the other hand, let's play Shadowrun. I'm like, okay. Let's see, we've got 3 more games to go. Alright, we're going to start with the light one. This is Schema. Schema's going to be a little different. I'm going to probably go a little faster through this one than normal. Hello Void. Hello the Void. Schema. This was actually sent to me by Horace. He was like, I want you to go over this game. This is by Levi Kornelsen. As you kind of see here, this is what he does. I'm like, okay, what's Levi's thing right here? He's only on Dice Camp. He does some doodles, he does some artwork. I'm like, cool. Yeah, it's remember, it, capitalism is this, but it's different when we use it. Okay. You know, all of these various things. It's mostly for his own game. I give it credit. Like, this is just his thing that he wants to engage in. He's only on itch.io, really. Fundamentals of role-playing games, starter cultures, compacts, uniting all the parties, the happenings, situation. His main game, though, is a game called Schema. Right here. This is Schema. Schema is a game you can technically buy. You don't need to buy, just get the PDF, to be honest. And it's a system. That's the best way to think about it. This is a system, not a real game, if that makes sense. So I'm like, okay, it's not a game. On the other hand, it is it's a system. It's effectively an SRD. That's what we're working with here. Don't mistake this for anything greater than an SRD. Levi deserves a full showcase. He's been around since like 2004. His lot is in public domain gaming. Not surprised. Schema's his main baby child, though. I'll say that. So if we're going through Schema, what is this game at the end of the day? This is more of like him talking about games more than anything. You will need fudge dice. I'm already kind of, I'm not going to lie when I tell anyone this. I am very turned off of fudge dice. I do not like fudge dice. I have never liked fudge dice. You do use tokens. But at the end of the day, you get 2 backgrounds, 6 skills, and a name, and it's pretty simple to understand. It's not Fate, it's not fudge directly, but there's DNA in it. Let's just say that. There's DNA. Now, we have to discuss what's going on. At the end of the day, this is, again, an SRD, so there's nothing really too particular about it. This is kind of like what a character sheet looks like. The big thing is your skills. Skills are a little bit weak. Let's start with background. Backgrounds are... What do backgrounds do? Nothing really. You get in it, you can invoke them to get an effect. That's really all that it is. So it's kind of the idea of, like, let's say I am like a smith's son or something. Like, I get, like, I'm an elf. I get a feat. I get a knack. These are effectively your character defining skills that are something more important to you. You have contacts. You have expertise in a field. You have a lineage. You have a luck. You get privileges. Something like that. Then you might get special races that aren't human. Or maybe. Or a dwarf. You know, reduce danger from an injury of physical force. Oh, I'm a ghoul. Evoke this to chew up bone and wood, inflict target while you're fighting with a broken bone or crushed blood. Stiga, you have fangs and claws. Drink enough blood cause injury, invoke it to reduce the injury or fatigue condition by 1. Yeah, that's kind of the basic idea. What are feats? Feats are your special ones, and you're going to get this per book kind of thing. There might be a dozen feats in one book, 5 feats in another. That's kind of the idea. You're supposed to build out your own things. You're invoking. So, let's say, for example, I'm a far striker. You possess a ranged weapon and ammunition with your skill. You can invoke this boon in order to make 2 shots. 2 targets at once. Oh, cool. Hiding while staying hidden or ignoring fog like cover. Cool. Hey, you're tireless. Impressive reserve of stamina. Pool of points rather than being exhausted. You have an extra such point. Or like, hey, I get some special thing. Knacks are special abilities. These are your like magic bullshit. Normally, people don't get knacks, but you might get knacks based off a race or something like that. So, for example, you might end up with like glamour, but only the fairies get glamour. As a fairy, you get glamour, kind of thing. Or you might be something else. You might take a class, for example, and you get Hexer because of that. That's kind of the idea. They can be tweaked around, they can be kind of changed and fixed up. But that's kind of the basic idea. Nothing of these are really too exciting. Fudge is okay. Why don't you like fudge? Fudge, I don't much care for fudge because I don't like special dice. I've never liked special dice. I don't like the pluses and minuses and blanks. They've never really done it for me. They don't have that tactile clicky clack feeling like for dice, like normal dice for me. For me, there is something satisfying about rolling a 3 or a 4 rather than a blank. It's more satisfying to roll a 5 or a 6 than a plus symbol. It's kind of that idea. I've never really vibed with it. I'm in the same way with Genesis. I don't like special dice. People have tried to convince me special dice are amazing and they're awesome and cool, and I'm like, I can't do it. My brain does not let me enjoy them. It just does not click. I've tried, it does not. Something does not fire off correctly with it. And I just get annoyed. I think it's because I can't count, because I like counting. I like doing math when it comes to like odds and stuff. I'm that asshole. I will like calculate the odds and be like, we got like a 30% chance of doing this. I'm that asshole. Yeah, they kind of talk about, fixing things up, and then we get our skills. Now, skills are a little weird. I'm not the biggest fan of skills in this game. They're a little weird. Now, the entire idea, kind of see when you don't have the right skill, but you do have the right skill in the field, you can take 1 dice less to your rating, or familiar for alternate use. Yeah, character violin performing a great deal of time to develop familiarity before they can get 2 dice in fire eating. So, kind of the idea is like, if I have a field in like, if I am a surgeon, I'm technically in the field of medicine. If I have surgeon 3. But if I want to do first aid, that's still in the field of medicine, but I would only roll with a 2. That's kind of how it's supposed to be, but it's not all the time where it's like, oh, I want to do, again, it's kind of see violin perform, like a violin performance is not as similar enough. Not as similar enough to fire eating performance to justify the 2. No. However, if I were to say like guitar performance, it would go down to 2 because they're string instruments. The concepts remain the same. Yeah, they might a great deal of time to develop familiarity. I'm not a fan of it. I would rather it be the other way around. That you get a bonus for having a specialty in a skill than a field than the other direction. You take a penalty. You take a penalty for not having a specialty. I don't like as much as you get a bonus for having a specialty. It's a little way of a 1, 2, 3. I like being rewarded for things rather than punished for not having something. And even down to the fact, like, oh, well, you have multiple fields, and, like, there's a bunch of different things that you have to do here, and it's like, you can make this much easier by just giving us field familiarity. And you can even do something like, hey, you have a specialization in this. No, you're probably not going to be able to pull it off. You have a 2 in performance. You are not trained at all in doing this. You're going to take, like, a 1 on it. It's something, like, you are, by virtue of being a performing person, you can kind of improvise, but you're not good at it. Yeah, you can get some more skills, split some skills up, regroup skills. Technically, you should break it up for vehicles and languages because they're very particular, especially combat styles. But it's kind of like, yeah, here's a bunch of ideas like animal awareness, piloting, languages. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of like, you effectively need to write out what you want. Like, as a player, you're going to be writing out exactly kind of what you're looking for and how you want to accomplish that, rather than that. It's not my particular thing. Now, what does luck do? Luck is just an abstraction of being able to do things. The big idea is that you want people to play off cues that you put down, or you do rewards, or you do something to reward players with a meta resource. But what does luck do in, like, honest to God? Luck just lets you do things, invoke things, lets you add things. It is a meta resource that lets you do fun shit. Now, cues are a little weird. Effectively, what you're supposed to do is that every individual, everyone with a character sheet, effectively, is supposed to put down a number of cues. And if you write down cues that are... If you write down things that interact with your cues, you're going to get rewarded for it. It could be like, hey, I am the jock. If you react to that person as a jock, whether subverting it or leaning into it, you're going to get a luck point. You're going to get bonuses. Hey, we are dating. I'm dating this person. That's a cue for a relationship. Use this fan mail. Just do something awesome. Like, and you can just kind of like, yeah, if you look at it without boundaries, I'll equivalent of be loud and flashy. Yeah, or more likely do a flip. Yeah, like look on tropes and the stylistic build. It's like, I like the concept of cues. I don't think that's, maybe I would need to see it done in a full game, like write out exactly what the cues would be. That could maybe do better, but like, yeah, other rules in place, dictate actions. You know, I could work with that. Cues should, shore up desire support material. Like, gears isn't real if you don't want it to be. Generally speaking, do you have it? And if the answer is yes, you can use it. Yeah, rated on basis scale, not quantity. Crossbow and gear condition rated as 1. Spear throwing ballista, you can set a few moments to work with, rated at 2. I mean, like, oh, well, it's a bunch of things that might come out and might work and might not, and it just works. Generally speaking, I would say give people... This game can outstay its welcome easily, from what I read. I would say make it fast, make it snappy. Let people say, hey, I want to have a new skill. Hey, I want to get new things. I want to buy new backgrounds. I want to do more things to get more things. So I would say a mix of 2 and 3 points each. But you have like... It's 8 sessions. It's 8 sessions, but you're from point A to point B, you get a lot of done, and you're good at the end of it. Bingo, bango, bongo. Let's talk about the idea of like games outstaying their welcome. What do I mean by that? A game outstays its welcome when it stops being entertaining to level up or get new toys, and it starts getting boring. It's like, hey, okay, we're done now. Like we've played the entirety of the game repeatedly. There's nothing more to really do outside just increase numbers up by +1 or increase numbers here by +1 or whatever. And that starts getting pretty dull. That starts getting like, oh, well, we don't really want to engage with that anymore. It's not as entertaining anymore. Like, okay, I get that. That's what I mean by like, oh, this outstays its welcome. That's why it's like Ryutama, I think is a good example of this. Ryutama can outstay its welcome if that's the only thing you play. But that's also one of the big notes I put with Ryutama in general, which is never let it, like, play it a few times, understand what you like, and then leave it. It's a good jumping off point. Certain OSR games that happens pretty bad with, where it's like, okay, after the first, like, 2 levels, you're like, okay, we've done the entire game. The numbers are getting bigger, but nothing's changing. And it's like, oh boy, my +1 is now a +3. Oh boy, it's the same shit, though. But yeah. Yeah, this is rolling dice. Now, rolls get weird. And that entirely boils down to the stake sheet. What is the stake sheet? So, We need to make a roll. Oh no, we need to make a roll. Something is going on. I'm going to be placing down things on that. I played OSR for way too long. This is very accurate. We need to put down, so I want to do a... So let's say I've got a, let's do a minus symbol. So let's say, for example, there's something going on. There is trying to find a good fucking symbol to put on this. God damn it. Oh no. Oh yeah. So, oh no. Something is going on. There is a disaster. Whoop. Whoop. I'm putting... let's see. Let's say I'm going to put on 2 injury here. 2 injury and a fatigue. This is the current danger of the roll. If you fail the roll, if everything goes as it is now, you will be more fatigued and you will take 2 injury. All right, easy enough to understand. Nothing too extravagant about this currently. Nothing too, oh man, we could have never seen this coming or something. No, very, very to the point. Now, let's do... I'm going to put this... God damn it. Go away, Adobe. No one likes you. Whoop. But we're going to put this right up here. We're going to use this as an example here. We're just using this. So, the stake sheet is going to be what you're actually going to be rolling with. The GM is going to place down these stakes for the situation. If everything goes normally, as of right this second, you will take 2 injury and 1 fatigue. There's nothing you can do about it. That is the current threat going on. Then you're going to roll. So, what do you want to do? It declares what the roll is going to be, and you're going to be bold or cautious with it. Lay out the stakes. Style may be reversed, and dice are acquired. You have acquired skill, you have the condition that you want to roll in, and then rolled in a reroll. So, effectively... Fine. Let's see if I can find a good way of working. I don't have a very good way of putting it. So let's say, for example, we roll. And let's say I roll 2 pluses. Let's say my roll looks kind of like this. We'll make a circle. We want to do a 10 by 10. You think I would plan this shit out ahead of time, but I fucking don't, because I'm a dumbass. Beat it, boop, bop, beep, bop, beep. So, and we roll a blank. That's kind of the idea. So this is our present roll. However, we're looking at this situation. Okay, well, we've got this minus here. We've got this minus here. We can remove dangers now. Let's say, for example, I want to get rid of that fatigue and 1 injury. But now I got these 2 pluses here. What do I want to do with these pluses? Let's say, for example, I do it faster. And let's say I do it with an advantage. Cool. What does this blank do? Nothing. This is the outcome of the roll. So I would take 1 damage. I would get an advantage. And we do it pretty quick. That is the full outcome of a roll. Now, if you do things cautiously, if we take this as our roll up here, we do things with caution, I get to re-roll all of these dice. I can say, okay, I want to re-roll the blank I roll. Okay, cool. It gets converted into a plus sign. And because it's a plus, I'm going to put on a second advantage or something like that. Okay. If you're doing things boldly, you can re-roll blanks and any minuses. Yeah, you roll, and okay, cool. Well, we've scored more dice. We've made these better. We've done something like this. Actually, we've done something like this. Cool. What can we do with this? Well, we can get rid of the other injury. That's kind of the idea. It's a little bit funky, a little bit different than I would initially thought, but don't hate it. It effectively it's a fate die system. It's a fudge die system where indirectly your dice say a lot more than you win, you fail. Especially when they're talking about things like there are automatic stakes that happen, dangers that can happen, there's augments. Especially when the GM is like, okay, you are doing something really dumb. Okay, you're doing something, you're doing a horrible idea, and it's going to be the worst idea you have ever fucking, put out here. So this is the role right now. Okay, what do you want to do with fuck you, look at this is your role, deal with it. Like, okay, you're gonna take damage, there's gonna be mayhem, there's gonna be a menace, something like, okay, maybe I want to do this and get some style, maybe I want to do that. I don't hate this system. I don't hate the idea behind it. I think the idea is pretty solid. It's just a little odd at first. They don't really even say, oh, hey. It's, yeah, going over 6 means there's no possible way to avoid all the trouble. Yeah, they don't give a great way of being like, oh, well, what's the difficulty? Generally speaking, I would say about 3 to 4 is going to be your average, like, standard difficulty for something. And the thing is, these are stakes. Players may be completely comfortable taking displacement or alterations or menace. Like, they may say, okay, I'm perfectly fine with that. I just want to get a bunch of advantages. That's completely valid. Not good valid, but you can. They do a big thing of like, oh, well, you got to make sure that people aren't doing things just permanently cautiously or permanently with boldly, because both of those have restrictions, and it's like, okay, there's a lot of that. It's, here's a restriction for a restriction for a restriction, being like, don't make sure players don't use the system to its fullest. Now, yeah, condition is 2. The idea is everything is ranked out of 3s. The conditions are very free-form. They're very open-ended. What do conditions really do at the end of the day? All conditions really do at the end of the day is add dice or remove dice or make dice more complicated. It's like, oh, hey, I am wounded 2. If I'm wounded 2, that might mean something else. I've got an arrow in the knee 3. That's really fucking bad. Uh-oh. That's a really bad thing. Trouble is like, what goes wrong with condition 3? Restrained but constrict its own agency. Popular bandits might pick up the trouble note. Townsfolk give no privacy or time. Yeah, the downward spiral. Bruise 3, batter 3, all cut up 3. The more 3s you get, you escalate. I'm bruised 3. Now I'm wounded 3. Now I'm comatose 3. Now I'm just fucking dead. Yeah, it's just like everything chains together. I'm hurt, I'm injured, I'm dead. I'm starving. It's like I'm peckish, I'm starving, I'm dying. That's kind of the idea. It's like everything is in 3s. Everything's condition clusters. Even kind of the idea of like, hey, this is the armored condition. What does the armored condition do? Well, you take the injured condition. Well, at injury 3, you assign this condition. So this is kind of the idea. You can scale things different. Okay, that's an idea. Hey, do people like you? Do people not like you? Make sure you mark everything off there. I'm like, oh, okay. How do we dodge fire? Roll a bunch of dice, try to cancel out all the injuries. Oh no, we want to fight rat things. What do we fucking do? There's a bunch of rat things. Uh-oh, I'm bleeding to death. I do like the idea of everything here. I think it works pretty reliably. And I think everything works pretty good. And they give you a lot of examples, give you a lot of ideas. And it's like, how do we, here's a supplemental book of like, how does this work? How does this work? How do we, what's a good example of a barbed socialization? Indiscretion, there's menace, and there's affliction, there's injury, there's displacement, feints and apparel, and there's quite a lot of different chases, a lot of different fighting scenes, a lot of things to actually give you options of what to do with the system. Generally speaking, I think the game is pretty decent. Not my cup of tea. It is not my cup of tea. However, if someone were to approach me and say, Notepad, I really like Schema and I want to play more Schema games, I'd be like, okay, cool. That is something completely reasonable to say if you like those kind of games. I don't like fudge dice, so it's not my kind of game. But that's a very personal thing to me. Not for you, not for someone else. If you like fudge dice, then yeah, Schema's pretty good. My favorite fudge game still remains Solar System, by Arkenstone, but that's just a me thing. I like the way they handle certain things. I think it's a pretty good idea. But yeah, no, it's I think it's it's solid. Should people learn about it more? Maybe. But, give me 1 second. I am going to go to the bathroom. Ooh. So, let's get back to it. Now, ending up on a fudge game, I think it's only appropriate we go to a fate game, actually. This is kind of a weird game. This is Blackacre. This is Blackacre. Powered by Fate. Yeah, I'd be looking at that and be like, Notepad, you don't like Fate games. Why are you going over this? But there is a good reason for that. So, on Twitter, which I don't like people contacting me on Twitter about these things, by the way. Please send it to my email. But I ended up with this. right here. This is a guy named Symberzite. Whatever, you kind of see Blackacre, occult detective role-playing game, Table of Nonsense Publishing. And I'm like, okay. Go over here, it's Kofi, he's got an art station. He's an artist type. Normally, I wouldn't go over these games. Here's the thing. Normally, I would not talk about this game because I don't like it when people send me things on Twitter. Again, go to my actual email that I have and send it to me that way. But we are itch.io dumpster diving, and I think this was, and I saw the itch page and I'm like, okay, you know what? It's a win-win. This came out officially 12 days ago, but it sounds like it's been going for for a while at this point. So we go here, Symberzite. He's got nothing else. He's got a Tumblr, I mean, which is an art blog, which is mostly stuff for this very particular game. I'm like, okay. I'm like, that's definitely a thing that exists here. Some artwork. I'm like, okay, all right. Nothing I could really find about it. However, he seems to be a perfectly normal, pretty normal guy at the end of the day. So, what's the secret here though? What's the be all end all of Blackacre? This is the playtest, obviously, so just bear that in mind. Things might change from point A to point B, but I don't really think so. Of course, we're playing Joe Sailor. So I felt like playing a guy named Joe. So, Blackacre. Hello, raid. Oh God, why'd you guys raid it now? Oh God, why didn't the ding happen? Hello, everyone. My name is Notepad, and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Today, we're going over various itch.io dumpster diving projects. Yes, hello, Kaloo. We went over a couple of games. This is actually the newest game that we're going over right now, so you came in at a perfect time. This is a game called Blackacre. The art looks like an OSR shit brew. It does, doesn't it? But it's not. That's the thing. That's not. This one threw me for a loop, Kings. This one threw me for a loop. And you may be wondering, Notepad, why did this game throw you for a loop? The answer is very, very, very simple. It's a Fate game, but it's not quite a Fate game. I think the best way to summarize the lore for you is, do any of you remember Greedfall? Remember that game Greedfall? That game that not a single human being talked about afterwards? It's effectively Greedfall. It has that same idea to it. You know, there are natives, there are settlers. You are kind of coming in, you're kind of learning to do things. You can play a native, you can play a settler, a couple different things you can play as. All right, easy enough to understand. Easy enough to do, easy enough to understand. However, open this up. Lore's a little bit weirder because the best way to summarize it is shit's going wonky. Uh-oh, things are just a lot worse than you think they are. Things are getting a lot more hectic, and things are a lot more. The year is 1910. The angelic empire of Metropole controls most of the known world. Her factories choke the sky with smoke. Her crown demands ever more flesh and guns to quash rebellions and rising powers in one of her colonies. In one of her colonies, far to the north, lie ruins of an ancient civilization, its secrets beckoning the seekers of knowledge and occultists and would-be treasure hunters. The secretive Lodge of Night sends a guard to stop antediluvian magics from unraveling the world. And the name of this colony is Blackacre. It's like, okay, and it's like, all right, that's kind of interesting. They kind of talk about it a little bit, you know, tabletop role-playing. They do your basic, what's the empire, what's this? One of the very odd things about it is that like many other virgin lands, Blackacre was home to many native communities. Native Blackacreans are blessed with the striking appearance ranging from 5'11" to 6'3", possessing a slender and completely albino complexion. Welcome to Agartha, everyone. Yeah, so they're kind of talking about it, but it's effectively, things are weird in this place. we are entering hell effectively. This is not a real place. Things are being distorted, strange, but hey, we've got Blackstone. What's Blackstone? It's effectively super batteries, so we want to mine Blackstone. A member. Is it worth playing today? It's kind of like all of Spiderweb's games. Let's see. How much is Greedfall right now? Greedfall is still $35. People seem to like it. People seem to say, yep, I think it's okay. It is a decisively of, like, yeah, it's aight. Anything else? No, it's aight. It's okay. Anything more you like, Scott? No. It's okay. Like that's kind of the idea, like it's okay. So they kind of talk about, you just need D6s. This is the thing that kind of threw me for a loop at first. This is a Fate game that does not use fudge dice. This is a Fate game that uses 2d6 instead. And it kind of threw me for a loop at first, but it is a 2d6 plus mods game at the end of the day. This is the success chart. Like whenever you need to make a roll, it's 2d6 plus mods. Roll. I rolled an 8 plus 1. I got a superb. Cool. That's it. It's anytime you roll dubs on anything, it's considered a critical success or critical failure, no matter what. So if you roll 3-3, it's a critical failure. If you roll 5-5, it's a critical success. It's additional. Pretty much things go right, or things might go really bad. Always double ones always fail, double sixes always succeed, regardless of modifiers. I'm like, okay. But double sixes would always succeed because legendary. So, if it's above 7, you succeed on an average check. Now, the big thing is you can invoke your aspects. You invoke your aspects, you can get a +2 or reroll your modifier. But you have to use fate points to do it. But you don't get a lot of fate points. And if you invoke multiple aspects, you might get multiple bonuses. Oh, and whenever you use compels, you get your fate points back. That's kind of the idea is, oh no, I've spent a fate point to get a +2 to my roll. I'm going to take a compel to get my fate points back. There are things you're going to do in this game that are going to be especially, like, this is just a problem I'm taking to get a bonus or a penalty or something back. That's all I want at the end of the day. I want to get my fate points back. If I get my fate points back, I want to do it like this. That's kind of the idea. Nothing too exciting, nothing too extravagant. Like, okay, all right, not a bad idea. Travelers are pretty easy. High concept and trouble. One phrase descriptions. It is very right-in, but they do give you a lot of options to kind of play around with. Again, I'm a sailor dabbling in mysteries, and my troubles, I dabbled a bit too deep. So I'm not a very smart man. Joe ain't the smartest man in the world, but he's a good fighter. He's kind of sneaky. He's pretty strong. And he's just looking at things he shouldn't. 1 skill at 4, 2 skills at 3, 3 skills at 2, 4 at 1. One thing about the character sheet, though, you can't unclick it. I do not know why you cannot unclick it. I think someone fucked up. Yeah, you cannot unclick these. I don't know why you cannot unclick them. It's a very, very particular issue. I don't know why it's here. Probably just the way the character sheet was made. If I that yeah, it's a very specific thing that I'm like, yeah, this is something you maybe. I think it's because they have it under radio groups. I'm assuming that's the case of, like, because you've labeled it as this. Get that? You can increase your will or constitution. Then you come up with some minor effects. minor aspects, I would generally say come up with at least 2 to kind of flesh out your character, and then pick a stunt. One stunt came bundled with your background. I chose to have, again, it's a little bit back and forth on this one. I chose to take a second stunt, so I technically only have 2. And yeah, before you set off on your journey, you need to create your traveler background. Generally speaking, there are settlers, natives, scholars, and the weird-ass occultists. Most people are going to play settlers. Not going to lie. Aspects are... they work. This is going to be one... if there's one decisive thing about this game, it is anytime fate rolls up, I like the game less. Anytime fateisms show up. And that's a weird thing to say. Anytime fate shows up in this fate game, I don't like it as much. But at the end of the day, it's a 2d6 game. I'm like, okay, you invoke backgrounds to get some bonuses. You might take problems, get your fate points back, and that's... okay, high fate points, we're back again. Okay, I got it. Like, anytime, like, its stunts show up, anytime, like, fate points show up, my enthusiasm kind of dwindles a little bit. That's just a me thing, because I don't like fate games very much. I don't like that system as much as I think I should. But, again, high concept. Oh, Sherlock Holmes would be a detective genius, or Harry Potter would be a teenage wizard. That's all that it is. What's your trouble? What's going on? And then some minor aspects. Usually they're supposed to be dual-natured. I got sea legs, and I'm a loner by nature. Because I'm a loner by nature, I don't deal well with people. I might take a -2 when I'm dealing with people because I don't like talking with them much. Or, hey, I've got sea legs. I might take a -2 when I'm trying to, do something on the, on ground. That's a problem for me. I'm, not as steady on solid ground as I am in the ocean. I'm like, all right. Basic skills, right side character sheet, 1 great, 2 good, 3 fair, 4 average. As long as you have a +1, you're considered doing pretty well. And if you think about it, if a 7 and up is a success, having a +1 means a 6 up is a success. On average, you will score a success with a 2d6 then. Having a +2 means a 5 up is a success. You will most have, more likely than that. Again, then we get stunts. Stunts are odd. So you start with 1 from stunt based on your background. You can pick 2 more stunts during the game. However, again, it's like you get 1 stunt, you get 2 stunts, you get 1 stunt. Effectively, you get 1 stunt for free, and then 2 stunts if you reduce your refresh by 1, which is effectively the amount of fate points you get. What does characters start out with? It's you get whatever you feel like. Stress and consequence. So again, stress and consequences. The entire idea is that you might take if you take damage, for example, you, instead of reducing the amount of constitution you have, you might have take a little bit of will points. You might take that. You're just marking these stress boxes. And again, this is the same thing. They're a little bit odd here. So if I take a couple pieces of damage, I might go bum bum bum, and I don't have as much as I would say do something else. Joe is a pretty strong dude, so he gets a little bit more constitution than the average bear. Now, if you ever take a consequence, now consequences are a little bit more serious. So, the entire idea of a consequence these are problems during combat or situations that are semi-permanent. Oh no, I have a light concussion. Oh no, I've broke my arm. Oh no, I've lost a limb. That's kind of the idea. This is these are things that are negative about you to hamper your role that you don't get anything back for. That's really it. There's some basic high concepts, some basic troubles, and that's really it. So they kind of talk about, here's the settlers, here's all the equipment they ended up with, including here's your stunt. What are the settlers like? You are settlers, but you're also effectively all detectives with guns. That's your superpower, being a detective with a gun. what do you get? You are a detective with a gun, therefore you can shoot people with a gun better. What do the natives get? Oh, well, the natives are super cool and amazing, and they get pretty much the exact same thing, and they get the ability to create elixirs out of herbs that restore stress and remove consequences. It doesn't consume fate points, but you can always want the day create elixirs out of nothing to heal people using your magic healing herb. Hey, you know, right stuff for the job. As always, deal with it with machinery. You do not need to spend a fate point to clear a story detail that you have the right equipment for the task. Yeah, you don't need to do that. Even with the exotic or niche technology. What do the occultists do? Well, the occultists have the ability to say, no, I don't want to get hurt. I think if there were like 2 or 3 of these starting stunts that you had to pick one of, I think I would like it a little bit more of like, oh, hey, as an occultist, you get, I shall fear no evil, or exotic knowledge, or fucking, I don't know, anything else. Like, it feels like there should be more, but it's like, you get 1. So it's like, oh. So as a settler, you will always have high noon. It's like, that seems reductive. Like, oh. Skills are pretty easy. You can overcome, create advantages, attack, or defend. What does this actually mean? There's a problem. What do I need to do? Roll the dice and determine the outcome. Oh no. I need to give myself an example. Give myself an advantage. Roll the dice, see what happens. I want to beat the shit out of you. Attack. I want to stop myself from getting my shit kicked in. Roll defend. Not every skill can be used for every situation. Like, it's kind of like one of those things, like, you can't use scavenge for attacking. You can really only use a handful of things for attacking. And it's like, okay, again, it's that thing when fateisms show up. It's, you know, fate rolls down like, hello, it's me, it's fate. I'm Fred Hicks. Like, no, I don't like it when Fred Hicks shows up. I'm like, no, go away. And it's just like, oh, okay. You know, it's like, you create an advantage. You can use your constitution skill to knock over shell-containing bottles. Yeah, gains this aspect of tripping hazard. I'm like, oh. Yeah, action with constitution is reduce the damage taken. Yeah, like certain skills feel like they do a lot more than others. That always happens, especially when you have like charisma, provoke, and deceive all separated out from one another, but you have constitution and like constitution, which apparently does fucking everything. Like, it does a lot. Or fight, which covers a lot of different things, or shoot, which covers a lot of different things. Like, you have certain ones that do a lot and others that don't. You could probably reduce charisma just down to charisma or like savoir or something. You get the idea. Like, you could probably reduce this down and get more out of it, but I'm like, oh, okay. Stunts are, again, one of those fateisms. A stunt is at the end of the day just an ability. All you need to think about. A stunt is an ability that gives you something. Now, you can get a stunt for doing a multitude of things. And the thing is, well, listen, so let's say, for example, will. Mind over matter. This is a stunt you can take. Your traveler is overly confident. Give yourself a +3 bonus to any untrained skills points per scene. If you fail, you take 2 points of mental stress. Do not consume a fate point. Alright. Okay. But then you get like Constitution, Unbreakable. For a fate point, reduce a consequence down. Like, so these are very open-ended, and that's one thing about stunts that always is the case, because you can technically change any of these stunts and just write in your own stunts that do their own very specific things. And I'm like, okay, that's neat. Okay, Mike, the art here looks nice. Yeah, it's nice. The art looks nice. And he did it all himself, I believe, you know, where he had very little help. You can kind of clearly see some influence of certain games. I don't know I don't know if you've noticing them, but like, yeah, like some of them feel more detailed than others. Yeah, creating custom skills. Like, you kind of get things like this, being like, oh, well, here's our things. Here's Max. What's Max? And he's a settler, infamous con artist, too famous for their own good. Steve, charm, all these different things. I'm a deputy augur. I'm a scholar, but I get empathy, investigate, all these different things. Notice how it's ranged, not shoot. Yeah, no. Some of them are, yeah. That's kind of the idea with a lot of challenges. Like, the idea of challenges and things like that, you're supposed to link different roles together. Use sleight of hand skill to do that. Use your agility to climb out of the trap. Use this to do this. Roll 1 should lead into roll 2, which should lead into roll 3. They want you to keep rolling. Keep doing things. Always make more than a single roll. And can you do that? Like, you know, what is combat? So combat takes place as a zone map. This is Fate combat today. Every single thing you are doing is either attacking or defending, and really depending on situational aspects. Oh no, the stream of water requires an athletics check to go over it, but if you're standing in the stream, something bad's going on. However, the thick grass is stealthy, and because the thick grass is stealthy, you know, it counts as light cover and it's harder to hit you or something. That's kind of the idea. Highest agility skill. Highest agility skill. Notice how there's no agility skill roll. That's a little note they'll need to fix. Quadratic. Yeah, it looks like it, but if you look at it, he needed to fill up this space, so he just made it a bunch of squares. Like, you can kind of see the idea of, like, here's the stream of water, here's the big boulder, here's the thick grass, here's the dry leaves. Like, yeah. So, whenever you take damage, let's say how much damage I get hit. Oh no. Calculate. First, determine what kind of damage you are inflicting. I am going to shoot you with a gun. I am going to go bang, bang. So, how much stress is done? Result of the attack roll, subtracting the result of the defense roll. So, let's say, for example, I'm going to shoot you with a gun. I roll a 7. You roll a 4. You take 3 stress. Bang! Ouch! You know, it's just like you've taken some damage. However, if you take let's say you take some damage, like your stress hits full, you get, you know, if your character is exhausted their stress scale, they may choose to either feign or take a consequence. Oh no, I have taken damage, and I have taken all of this damage, and I am currently, oh no, and I've taken 5 damage. I would take a moderate injury. Oh no, I've taken 2 damage. I would go up to a mild, and I would have a mild injury now. I take 2 damage. I in fact take a severe, because that's the only one remaining. Yeah, it's kind of like one of those things, like you can take little, yeah, if they runs out of a way of mitigating stress, they die. It's very easy to go down. But that's kind of on purpose. And again, not a bad idea. It's just that fatism shows up. Cool, here is a bunch of covers. I don't know why there's attack penalties to covers, which is weird, but generally speaking, being in heavy cover is kind of being in heavy cover sucks. Because yeah, being in cover sucks, you know, giving you a bonus of slightly reducing your accuracy. Because remember, being in a trench reduces my accuracy. Yeah, that's a little bit odd. If it was like 1 and 2, I could maybe see it, but it's a little weird. But persons of interest, now it's kind of just like, let's talk about the world a little bit. Oh, here's all the world. Here's the setting. Like, the setting is actually kind of interesting. It's very fantastical in some ways. Arguably too fantastical in others. I think it's a really weird way of talking about it, but it's like, here's like the sublime. What's the sublime? The sublime is, at the end of the day, a really intricate, weird other realm going on. And you're like, oh, okay, there's like this entire like thing of the Gilded City and the Eternal Valley because you're trying to find God. Yeah, God lives here. There's the Valley of Glass, the Sightless Pillars, the Panopticon, the Labyrinthine Library. Oh no. Unsurprisingly, this is based off Mahabra from Fear and Hunger, by the way. Yeah, because Fear and Hunger is cited in this game as an example. Yeah, becoming lost to edge of the monsters. Like, yeah, they even kind of say like if you get led to the very edge within one, yeah, any memories it once had, they're now a husk. Difficult to discern as they shift into the red silhouette. Yeah, the Gilded City, the Throne of Ackland. Ooh, look at all this shit. Like, it's one of those things that I kind of talk about a little bit in the Fear and Hunger game, and why I specifically don't want to set it in the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger, is like the second you introduce the city of Mahabra to Fear and Hunger, the entire setting changes. It's no longer just a scary dungeon full of nightmare creatures. It is a weird dreaming god nightmare scenario. They're introducing the spooky, scary, holy shit, what the fuck, and after the holy shit, what the fuck is going on here, here's the gear and artifact section. You're like, that's what a coincidence. Sounds distinct enough, though. Like, it just started playing Terminal. What a coincidente. Yeah, you're looking at it, you're like, oh, that's interesting. Like, starting equipment, artifacts, outfits, rarities. It's nothing too exciting. They don't have currency, really. You just have resources, which, again, it's like, here's the special armor that gives you special stunts and special abilities. And again, we've got the Fatism show up, which you got some special items. Like, here's some scary foes that do things. Yeah, it's kind of like how the different items and different things work out. They introduced the, I don't want to word it. They introduced the fantastical too early for something that should be, like, included in an expansion book. I should be more like, damn, there's a fucking guy with a gun at first, and then lead into the ancient creatures beyond the colors of time. We lead up to ancient creatures beyond the colors of time. We don't start with those, because it then makes the guy with a gun less interesting. Yeah, that's kind of the idea, is like we lose the interesting part of a guy with a gun being a very serious threat when there is a giant creature that defies the colors of time, and we get fucking eaten alive by whatever the fuck show is. Yes, show. Yahtzee Crowshaw's thing shows up in here, by the way. Hee hee hoo hoo. Good old Joe. Yeah, that is a Yahtzee Crowshaw thing, by the way. I'm being pinged. Who are you? I'll send him a tiger. When in doubt, send a tiger. Water. So, travelers, be like, I expect a lot of travelers and all these beautiful, like, running the game, setting up the story, atmosphere, pacing. He's like, okay, here's the thing. Like, yeah, Toad and Inspiration, The Terror, Peaky Blinder, Sin City, Seven, and Stalker. Fun fact, I watched Stalker. Soccer's fucking slow and boring. I tried. Like, I sat there, I'm like, I'm gonna watch Stalker. Yeah, let's do it. Man, that is like a fucking 3-hour movie, and it fucking feels it. Like, maybe it's not, maybe I'm not ready for fucking Kino hours, but Jesus fucking Christ. You don't realize how slow 3 hours can feel until you read, like, watching that movie, and you're like, good God. Yeah, exactly. 3 hours are going to be 5. I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like, books, Annihilation, Elric, Master and Margarita. Then we have Dishonored. Obviously, you can see a little Dishonored in there. Penumbra, and obviously Fear and Hunger. Interesting they don't like, they do talk about Termina just a little bit more. But yep, here it is, you know, Fate. I think like the big thing for me is whenever it is being Blackstone, whenever it's being Blackacre and leaning into the parts that are, because at the end of the day, it's a 1910s, but not quite setting. It's a 1910s-ish setting. You know, you've kind of got all, you know, it's gas powered and all that, and it's like, oh yeah, there's a guy with a gun, and he's a fucking threat. Moving into the more esoteric, like, yeah, let's do some weird shit going on. That's good. Okay, fine. I'll admit it. It's good. It's good when it wants to do that. I think they introduced the supernatural element a little bit too fast, and they should tone back the supernatural element. Always, and this is like the big thing in like Fear and Hunger. You get introduced the supernatural element pretty early, like something weird's going on, but you don't get super weird right off the bat. You're like, man, these guys are fucked up. What the fuck's going on here? But then they lead into like the, hey, by the way, there's an ancient city of dreaming gods beneath the dungeon. You need to kill him. I think they open up with it a little bit too fast. But it's anytime those fate-isms. Anytime those fate-isms start showing up. Oh, make sure you got your skills to be right. Oh, make sure you got your high concepts and your aspects to be right. Hey, we can do, what about this? Hey, what about anytime those start showing up a little bit more, my interest wanes a little bit. I think Blackacre would be a lot more interesting as a Savage World setting, unironically. I think it would be a lot more interesting as a Savage World setting or an OSR shit brew setting, unironically. I mean, it got the art for it. It's someone who really likes Fate will probably enjoy this game a lot more. I don't care for Fate. I never, again, special dice don't do it for me. Just how loosey-goosey some elements are, and it's a lot of like, oh, well, just interpret it. It's just, we're just interpreting it. Just interpret it better. I'm like, I'm usually not the kind of guy who likes just to like throw it up being like, I'm GM, I'm just going to make shit up as I go. I'm like, I make shit up as I go, but I like having something harder there to be like, okay, 1, 2, 3. I like having that. But I like the game. I think the game's alright. I think it's going to do pretty well. Hopefully it does well. It looks nice. I think it's got the look. That's all that it's got. It's got the look, kid. So, our final game we're going to be going over today, yeah, a little bit shorter than usual, is Dawn. Welcome to Dawn, the RPG. Now, Dawn's a little... I've got... Dawn. Dawn. Let me do PNG to PDF real fast. I need to convert something. I need to convert to the character sheet over because I forgot about it. So, now, Dawn. Let's talk about Dawn real fast. Now, there is another game that we're going to do. It's called Perfect Draw. And Perfect Draw got put into another case entirely. I decided on that. I said, nope, we're going to do it this particular way for the reason of think that one looks a little bit better and is a little bit better put together than this one. This is Dawn. This is by a guy named Joel Happyhill. That's not his full name. His full name's a little bit more convoluted. But these are all his games. No, there's a couple of them that are a little bit odd. Sword and Song is very strange. Welcome to Lumen, a drowned world made of a dozen disparate factions and cultures, based off of it was based off of Deep Woken. And I'm like, what's Deep Woken? What could possibly... Deep Woken is a Roblox combat mode? Yeah, no, Deep Woken's is a Roblox game. Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, it's an odd one, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's he made a game based off of Deep Woken. I'm like, oh. I'm like, okay, this is a thing that exists. It's $4. You know, it's Joel Happyhill. This is Dawn. Dawn normally is going to be $15, but you can get a number of there's a number of community copies. I grabbed the community copies already. This is the beta 1.1 beta 1.91. If I can fucking speak properly. Officially, this game came out in 2021, though it was updated a couple days ago. This is the game right here. I claimed this a while ago. I've been kind of waiting on this one. It's kind of made the rounds a little bit. I'm curious about Joel. What's Joel all about? What's Joel's thing? Joel is game man. He likes video games and he likes Arc System Works. He is also a degenerate creature of the night, otherwise known as a League of Legends fan. And therefore, I'm sorry, you don't get to have anything nice in life because, you know, fucking League of Legends. Death. You might say, oh man, you can't judge anyone based on their like of League of Legends. Contrary, League of Legends, death. That's just the nature of it. I'm sorry. That's just heaven hell is guilty gear. Song and Sword is a fanfic. Sword Song is a fanfic thing. Can someone tell me the name of the last game? That was a Blackacre. Blackacre was the game. And that was shown in battle. TTRPG. I'm gonna get saved. Save me. Save me, kitty man. A loathsome. Hello, phone. What do you want to talk about? But heaven hell is guilty here. No shit. Like he is very forward about his appreciation of very particular games, and he is very much in the orbital dropkick circle. He is in this particular circle of game design manifestos, and I don't support it because that's not my jam. I don't like Lancer design ethos. I don't like icon design ethos. I don't much care for the way that these games are being presented, but I'll explain why as we go through. So, hello, Tiny Penis Man. Hello, Tiny Penis Man, in your extremely loud fucking car. So, Dawn. How do we Dawn, everybody? Well, Dawn is a battle manga tabletop game by Joel Vringendier. By Joel. So, go over some of these things. Now, first things first, introduction. Create your heroes, discover truth, battle fearsome monsters, adventures with friends, beautiful dawn. Setting agnostic. This is the thing that annoys the shit out of me. Setting agnostic. Combat focused, setting agnostic. So, we're just gonna run down some things. So, fully setting agnostic. You can play in any world existing or original. So obviously we needed to make a character to fully represent a very impactful part of the world. a personal favorite of mine. Let me bring up the. We needed to make Karuto Toyota. He is part of, obviously, the Hidden Shadow Thunder Village. Obviously, he does know car repair jutsu, and his best friend is Honda Civic. So, yeah, that is our, that we are playing Karuto. A Blackacre. It's just written as Blackacre, all one word. You don't like Abaddon. Oh god. Setting agnostic, yet it cannot handle Saint Seiya. Yeah, again, this is a very. I'm gonna do my little note, my little meandering thought on a very powerful thing called wanime. Wanime games are very fascinating to me because they are effectively, let's make an anime game, but not do anything anime related. And this is why I don't like Fabula Ultima as well. I fucking hate Fabula Ultima for this, by the way. Loathe it. The entire premise of it is, oh, just make your own world with it, but because it fits everything. But there's a lot of pre-built-in assumptions, and then it says, oh, well, here's the idea, like, it's this, but, and then they have really weird ideas. Again, another D6 dice pool system, anything 4 or higher is a hit. We will realize this is bullshit, by the way. We are going to realize this resolution system is a little fucking weird. 6 is crit, you know, let you roll additional die. And this is another thing that I don't like. This is part of that weird Lancer ethos, which is split in unstructured and structured combat. You effectively have 2 characters in this game. A little bit better than other games where it's literally you have 2 characters. But there is your combat section and your non-combat section, which very rarely interact with. You very rarely will play into one another in this, which feels like a weakness. You kind of see here, again, like meta resources. There are technically like 3 things you need to track. They don't talk about antagonism really at all. Didn't notice it. You have custom skills, toolbox character creation, implied inventory. So, inspirations. Now, this is one of those funny things when it comes to shonen anime and manga. Shonen anime and manga. Every single shonen anime and manga are the exact same. Shonen genre marketed toward young men and boys, focused on interpersonal struggles of magical underdogs in fantastical worlds or earnest heroes in seedy urban fantasies. Every single shonen is the exact same, as we must know. Every single shonen is Black Clover. Or, more accurately in this game, you'll notice, is Fairy Tail. Yes, most of this game is Fairy Tail core of a very particular... It's a very particular branch of battle shonen. And just like, all shonen is... I don't know. Oh, Thunder. Club. But it feels nice, actually. Now, that's kind of one of those weird notes where it's just like you kind of gotta... You have to embrace the fact that this is a very particular... This is not shonen anime and manga. This is battle shonen bullshit. This is generic battle shonen slop. If you embrace that fact, you will be a lot happier in life than if you think it is anything more than that. Because remember, magic people. We are magical. Everyone has magic powers. Now, this is a tactical game. The obvious connection, this is other tactical TTRPGs such as Lancer. Inspired by video games I enjoy. Tactical RPGs like Disgaea or Vaven. Beat 'em up MMOs like Elseworld or Grand Chase. Card games like Wild Frost and Legends of Runeterra. And pretty much any fighting game by Arc Systems Work. Which we interpreted very early on as Guilty Gear Strive. Remember that. This is Guilty Gear Strive, not any of the other Guilty Gears. So just know that. The second you embrace that, when he is talking about Arc System Work, fighting games, he is talking about Guilty Gear Strive and its consequences. have been a disaster for the fighting game community. Let's outside of combat, I take quite a few into consider more fluid, less mechanically restrictive. TBZ, Icon, and Fabulous. Icon's never coming out, is it? Like, that's the funny thing. People keep talking about Icon, but is Icon ever going to come out? I legitimately don't know. Like, I can say that with complete confidence. I do not actually know if Icon will ever come out, because I don't see any updates on it. I thought it was supposed to come out a while ago, but it never did. Fuck. But yeah, no, it's a love for combat. Everything is about combat in this game, and no one takes it. Everyone has Yakuza bullets. Everyone loves one another. So rule 0, everyone, is consent. No, it's not. It's GM's got final call. Play matters. So it's kind of like, okay, we got our X card, we got our normal bullshit. But yeah, this is one of those, like, characters do not carry over their features from one mode to the other by default. Having an ability that lets you stop time does not let you take extra turns in combat, and having level 3 levels in summoner technique doesn't mean you can summon whatever you want in unstructured play. Yeah, this is one of those weird points that I'm not a huge fan of. Like, you can be a weapon master in one game, but if you don't have the weapon master skill +1 or whatever, you don't know how to use weapons at all. It's like, that's why. Worlds of Dawn. Again, remember, there's magic, action, and everyone's unified theme or subject matter. It's fairy tale. Don't worry, it's fantasy night syndicate crime thing. I think it's like that. And I believe this is Wild Frost by way of fairy tale. Everything is fairy tale. Always remember that. Every single game is fairy tale. I hate this with a passion that it's only worse for anyone who made it. So, universal rules. One thing about this game is not laid out well. This game is laid out a little bit weird, because they introduced the concept of, like, attributes and stuff, and they're going to keep reintroducing this. Here, body, talent, spirit, mind. Attributes are not character. Oh, well, these aren't your character. Character does not need to be played dumb. Does not want to focus on mind. Scenes character is in. So you get 4, 3, and 2 2s. So this is Baruda. This is Karudo, obviously. He's 4 talent. He's pretty fast. 3 smarts, because I'm like, okay, he's a smart dude. 2 body, 2 mind. Like, okay, sense, I should say. Spirit. Always round up. Specific overrides general. So, generally speaking, there are 6 tiers. And everything starts at tier 1. Every time, gains experience, 2 by default, more it. You get 10 experience, you go up a tier. That, legitimately speaking, it takes 5 rounds. It takes 5 sessions to increase your tier by 1, which there are 6 of. So you're kind of stuck with your character for a while. That's one thing you got to know. Like, you are stuck with your character for quite a while. Now, yeah, these are all you to an attribute, +1 to 2 different attributes. This is an important note up here. When creating and progressing your character, it's important to realize that keeping your primary high is incredibly powerful. Most builds can turn that single attribute into a powerful offensive and defensive tool. In most cases, spreading your attribute thin will lead to unimpactful cast and mediocre defenses. What that is saying is, no matter what you do, you will apply your +1s across 6 tiers to 2 attributes. You might put 1 in body every other level. But every single level, my main attribute here will go up by 1, because you need to do that. You cannot spread your attributes thin. And you might be wondering, well, this doesn't mean that. We're all going to understand why this is a weird design choice. Yep, new health value, new speed, guts available, new boons, new abilities. You get a bunch of stuff. Now, you can do awakenings to get new powers in the middle of a fight, effectively. Awakening is not a bad idea. I would recommend, yeah. Well, get a new tier every 4 to 5 chapters. You'll be reaching peak after 23 chapters, 23 sessions. Play a short amount of time. Legitimately speaking, I would say every other session you should, every like main session you should get up a tier. Just because you're gonna get tired very fast if you play the intended long ass way. So, campaign scale. We're gonna talk about the campaign scale. You might have saw something a little bit funny. So, the scale is the strength players are start when the game starts. Because remember, scale is based off the tier. There's only 6 tiers. Scale is fluid. It's kind of the idea of like, if you start at scale 1, it's a very certain thing. You start scale 6, is very different. So, of course, our very favorite, our very favorite shonen anime, The Hobbit, and Naruto, and Indistinct Avatar. We don't know which Avatar it is, but you know, Avatar. It's the blue people, I think. It will really be affected by the world outside of their inner circle. Their struggles are often personal, related to their growth. Up and coming, JJK, Fairy Tail, Black Clover. You are halfway done with the game at this point, by the way. Remember, there's 6 tiers. Novices, students, journeymen, people who have at least some knowledge and experience, but who may not be ready for things that lie ahead. Experience who have played this game before. And then we start getting into established elite. A person in some sort of position of power, whether it's due to official authority, respect to those in their line of work. Wide-reaching responsibilities, either being the most directly affect social groups of towns, specific subcultures, or having ways to indirectly affect the world at large. Yeah, Final Fantasy XII gets mentioned. Triangle Strategy gets mentioned. Also, Final Fantasy XII, the one with like famously low important characters, the main one. And Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Legend of the Galactic Hero. I was not expecting... Yeah, I could be Avatar Blue too now. I was not expecting Reinhardt to show up in this game. I was not ready for a toast for democracy. I was not ready for this. This kind of threw me for a loop. Not gonna lie. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Then we have the best of the best. Overlord, DBZ, and Naruto Shippuden. And then we have Legendary, which is Dragon Ball Super and Janshia novels. A long-term game within this scale is not recommended. So effectively, the best way to think about it is that you can play 1, 2, 3 to about 5. 1, 2, 3 to about 5. Anything past 6 is like the end of campaign. We've got like 1 session left. We've got like a few sessions through the big final bad guy. Now, this is why... yes, Legend of the Galactic Heroes, the shonen show about war and fascism. Yes, it's my favorite shonen, obviously. Challenge rolls. Now, challenge rolls have 2 parts. A reward, thing to get for succeed, and a risk. What happens if they fail? So, D6 equals the most relevant attribute, 4 is the hit. Structured combat by the mechanics found in the book. You don't have combat's completely different than not combat. So, this is how they judge difficulty. Tier plus 2 hits for a minimum success, or tier plus 2 hits for failure. Now, the interesting thing about this is tier 1. Let's just take, for example, tier 1. That is 2 or like that's effectively 2 or less hits for a failure. That's a failure. However, it would be 3 to 5. It would be 3 to, actually, no, it would be 3 to 5 hits is a success. Minimum success. But a 6 up would be 6 uts hits is a extreme success. Now, we're going to play this, and again, these just go up the more tiers you get. Now, remember, our stats, though. 2, 4, 3, 2. physically speaking, unless we crit, unless we have a 1 out of 6 chance, you will probably, I believe I crunched the numbers, you have about a 1 in 12 chance of scoring scoring 2 successes on 1 die, roughly speaking. You have about a 1 in 12 chance. So with my 2 dice, let's roll 2 dice and try to get 3 to 5 hits. I fail. Again, I fail. I fail. I fail. I fail. I rolled a 4 and a 5. I scored 2 hits on that, and I still technically would fail because it's tier +1. That's like a really weird... Well, it's tier +2. It's a really weird way of... weird way of talking about it. Because it makes getting hits really difficult. You will not succeed most of the time, it feels like, on using this basic chart here. Because remember, you're supposed to start continuously dump your points into one stat constantly. Remember? Oh. Uh-oh. What do we have happen here? It means that there's going to hit a point, probably after 2 level ups, where there's going to be a stat you will never roll ever because you are going to fail it every single time. It is almost hopeless for you to succeed at it. Sorry, it's effectively after about 1 tier. If you go from tier 1 to tier 2, even like tier 1 to tier 2. So we'd have to increase all of this by 1. So this is what it would be now. You physically have about scoring 3 successes. If I want to score 3 successes on 2 dice, that would be about a 1/2 and a 12th. So that would be about a 1 in 24 of scoring 3 successes, trying to get everything, and that's still a failure at that point. So it's technically, with 2 dice, damn near impossible to get multiple successes on it. Like, your chance of success goes even worse. Let's say we bump up to tier 3 though. 5, 7, 8. You will never, if you have a 2 on something, you will almost never succeed. It is almost impossible. Like Warforged, where you get worse as you level in places. Yeah, and it's one of those weird things where it's like, oh, well, you have to just hyper-focus on things. Even hyper-focusing, because, again, if we assume this would be still rolling 6D. If I roll my technique, I would be rolling 6D at tier 3. Unless I am rolling with an absurd number of bonuses, like with my skills and stuff, which you would have to be doing. You have to be rolling with your skills at certain points. Your right-in skills, which may or may not be appropriate to the situation. Like, it's not looking too hot. If we assume even every die you have is a 50-50, is a 50-50 of scoring a success. Let's just call a spade, it's 50-50 of scoring a success. 8d6 is roughly 4 successes. Roughly speaking, 4 successes. And that is, we bump this up to, we're using a +2 here, that is still a failure. And that's if we're on average, though. So you need to bump it up further. And thus you start seeing the problem. And it's like, you got a crit constant. If it was just like tier +1, it would feel a lot more achievable for different things. It's like, yeah, you rolled 0 fucking die. You failed. Like, this is something that feels bad. And like, yeah, you failed it, but you rolled a bunch of 1s or a bunch of 2s or 3s or whatever. Like, okay, it's possible, but not likely. But this way is... Unless you are saying, like, you just get more advantages or more... And it's like, okay. yeah, you kind of see it's like, oh, critical. You have about a 1 in 36 chance. It would be a 1 in 72, 1 in 72 to score 3 successes off of 1 die. It'd be 1 in 6, 1 in 6, and then double it. But you can just as much roll 3. Again, that first die is 50-50 whether or not you're going to actually roll anything productive, and if you just roll a 4 on it, you're fucked. And makes even rolling a success, makes even rolling a hit feel bad. Because it's like, oh, sorry, you rolled 2 hits on your die, the only dice you can, you just fail. It's like, oh. Then quick rolls are a little weird. The idea behind a quick roll is you just add 1 die for each source of dice you would get. So if I were to make a technique roll or whatever, talent roll, that would just be 1 die. If I get a card no jutsu, that'd be 1 die. I have an advantage, it's 1 die. Then you're like, oh, see, it's 1 hit to minimum success. Like, why did you write this? This is such a weird fucking like this is a weird system. Like, oh, well, it's a quick roll. It's like, why? You've made it more complicated for yourself. Tension is kind of like the other resource. The idea of tension is that anything that happens, you're building tension of a situation. In combat, it makes a lot more sense than out of combat. But that's kind of the basic idea. Things are going worse and things are getting cheaper and more expensive. So, remove everything, your wounds and stress. They don't talk about stress very much. Well, for that matter. Oh, God. So, you might be able to get knocked out. What does it actually happen? Most of the time is when you incur a permanent risk. Say like, hey, you can get knocked out. I'm going to put something on the line and say, hey, to stress, or I want to my health, or I want to do something on here. I might get influence, might get something. Whenever you get knocked out while something's on the line, you lose something. A skill, ability, a boon, or your life. You should never put anything on the line. It's the worst mechanic ever because it's effectively saying you're going to lose something important if you fail. And it's like, there should be something more here, but there really isn't. Because my favorite thing is when I lose all my cool power, when I lose a cool power because the dice decided to fuck me over. Cool. That's fun. That's really cool. Influence is what you're mostly worried about. You want influence. It's a semi-permanent resource. What does influence do? You can reroll all the dice you make. However, this is outside of combat. You are rerolling everything and 3-ups count as hits. You can break out. You can, during combat, take a non-action, take a non-attack action at no cost. Or you can duel. Dueling is fucking weird. So, the entire idea is that I spend my influence and then I'm staking something on the duel. It's my health, abilities, it's the win or something like that. Like, hey, what's the stake really? What are we actually fighting over? Now, when duel is taken to combat, so automatically something. The difference each party's hits in wounds. What's is made players using whatever ability, and NPCs rolling 5+ cheater dice. Yeah, it's like, what are you staking? It's staking literally anything. That's kind of the idea. I'm staking my health. I'm staking my ability. I'm staking my stress. I'm staking this. Staking an item. We initiate a duel, we roll off, and then we see who wins. However, saying a post-challenge roll is made with players using whatever attribute, skills, ability, bonds seem applicable, and the NPC rolling 5+ tier dice. Yeah, if they're tier 1, they get to roll 6 dice against whatever bullshit we managed to get. Yeah. Yeah. Duels resume. Duels are weird in combat. It makes more sense when we see it in combat, because combat effectively removes us from play. Yeah, so you fail a duel. You know, like, oh no, you fail a duel. So you don't always need to take the egg. You have 3 options. Fail. No, nothing happens. Nothing ever happens. It's literally the nothing ever happens bedevil occurs if the initiator fails the duel. Take it, take the stake, influence spent is refunded, or double down, reroll. You gotta take it if you fail. Take stake without any refund or additional benefit. So it's like, yeah, hey, you're gonna get fucked, bail. No one, everything's fine. This is like, nah. Like, this is like one of those things, like, this is one of the weird things, like, again, it goes back to combat, always back to combat. The idea, you know, a dart between the moves, slicing and dicing, I have speed demon, when I go over there, and strong knee to the chest, knocking us both a good distance away from the rest of the fight. You know, remove both of you from the board. It is actually tactically sound, mind you. It is tactically sound for you to initiate a duel to remove someone from the board as you enter hammer space with them. What does he want to do? All right, you have the floor. I'm going to keep the momentum going by using all of this. I'm using and rolling 5 talent, using my rank 2 knife fighting skill. My rank 1 becomes shadow ability for a total of 8 dice. Because, like, one of the things with it is even in combat, it shifts over to unstructured play. So you can start using any of your skills for that point. So you can literally go to the structured combat and say, we're going over to back to unstructured play. And it's like, why? That's such a weird thing to even, why? What? And you just look at it, you're like, what? Yeah, clocks are segment, yeah, clocks. This is the girl we were all very confused about. Now, if we do some tactical understanding about the nature of women, we take my pencil tool. If we notice, her spine goes to about here. Her legs, on the other hand, roughly go from like here. Like this woman is literally about 2/3 legs. It's actually quite impressive of how much of just raw leg this woman is. And no other character is modeled like this. It's very fascinating. Yeah, I'm looking at it, I'm like, someone's got a type. Then we go back to character creation. Structured combat. Don't need to worry about that too much. 4/6 of legs. Damn! So, to give you an idea of the importance of the characters, so this is unstructured characters. These are tier 1 characters. Qaid al-Rashid, Titiana, Agnes, Yvonne Chevalier. On the other hand, example combat builds. Got a gunman, grade 1 mercenary, reckless dog, you know, talent primaries, spirit primaries, mind primary. Yeah, now mind you, these aren't like tinged with each other or anything like that. That's the thing. If you notice, they don't have any abilities. These are where the attributes actually matter. So I want to be a cavalryman as Qaid al-Rashid. Da da da. Yeah, some are a lot more favored than other. There are favored sons and there are not. Yeah, that's like, here's your unstructured challenge rolls. Don't do this to yourself. Don't do this. You know, it's like, oh, example risks. What are the risks? Yeah, escalation, stranger ties, you might falter, dramatic irony. You know, so responding to the threat, make a challenge roll. Respond with stress. Do they talk about stress at all? Stress is one of those weird things where they talk about stress a lot. Putting things that can be stressful, tiring for some players. Responding with stress has their stress in unstructured play, general measure of their mental and physical stamina. I want you to look at this character sheet and tell me where stress is. Come on, tell me where stress is. It's not actually on here. For some reason, they don't actually have stress on the character sheet. And I don't think it's ever actually measured properly. Yeah, it's just like, I guess you only have 3 stress at any point, but it's like, okay. Like, it feels like it should go somewhere in here, but it doesn't. I don't know if that's like a tactical omission or what. It's just an odd one. Especially when it's just like, yeah, when you start increasing tension up and stuff like that. Yeah, it's like escalate, most involved in the threat must escalate the resolution, doing something to influence the scene and increase possible risks. Oh no, if they want to escalate, yes, they respond to the threat with a roll that has disadvantage equal to tension. Yeah, you can just lose dice with tension, like a lot of dice. Like, oh, okay, like, there's a lot more ways to lose than get dice in this. Now, mind you, what I end up doing, I made this black, I flipped the look on this one just to say that these are very separate from one another. But they are both this, they both look like this, if that makes sense. And I just kind of wanted to give a good idea of, like, these are very different from one another. These are completely separate, and it's like, oh, like, yeah, they don't give you a lot of, they do not give you a lot of space to work with on the character sheets. Yeah, so who has escalated, the players roll the most dice and succeed must shatter the tension with tension disadvantage. If you have 3 disadvantage, that's -3 dice. -3 fucking dice. I don't know if he wants you to succeed at checks. Like, there's a part of me is like, is that the point? Like, is that the point? Like, you're supposed to not, like, succeed at things, and you're supposed to burn influence to do the 3-up? Because if you get the 3-up, it's a little bit more possible, but not even... Like, disadvantage 1 is removing a die. Like, I don't know if that's on purpose or not. I really don't. Because it might be. So, effectively, you get 1 to 3. You get 8 characters. You have to spend 4 on skill. Now, Karuto here. Karuto, as you can see, spent 5. He's got 5 skill points. He's got car repair jutsu, hiding in shadows, being extremely loud, and ninja lore. Those are all of his abilities. This is not optimal. This is not correct. I should not have done this. I should have done more talent skills so I get more advantages when I'm doing that. Yeah, skills should be 5 words long, 2 words at least. Not too general. Skills, not abilities. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I should not have... I should have been better. Ninja lore should have been traded out for something else, because he's got a mind of 2. He is at a severe disadvantage. Tall, not wide. Tall, not wide. Tall, not wide. But, then we get abilities. The entire idea of abilities is you get 1 ability, that is, you can verb noun so long as condition. You can't spend 1 character rank to gain any ability. To obtain ability, you must spend character ranks equal to the total cost of 3 chosen words. What does this mean? It means this. So, you can verb noun as long as condition. You can eat weather as long as you're wearing a costume. As long as you build the target. As long as you're carrying it. You can enhance food if you win in a game. You can heal people when you're carrying them. That costs more. The most expensive one, easily, you can negate velocity. You can negate velocity if you remember the target. Yeah, you don't get a lot of ability points. Fun fact. At minimum, you'll have 4. You'll have 4 points. If you do something like, I want to create illusions, but I have to carry it. I'm like, oh, okay. Now, Karuto transforms people into machines as long as it's a specific time. As long as it's Toyotathon, of course, Karuto can turn you into a car. Turn into a fucking car no jutsu. Now, you may be thinking, Notepad, also thank you very much, Aki2923 for following. You may be wondering, Notepad, isn't turning someone into a car a little broken? And the answer is yes. Turning you into a Honda Civic is a little bit of a problem. However, I'm turning you into a mini truck. Pshing! Sorry, everyone, you're turning into a Prius. Pshing! No! Yeah, that's my favorite Naruto character. Turn you into... No, not that. Sorry, everyone, you're turning into a Cybertruck. No! Yeah, so that's my ability. It's turn into a fucking car no jutsu. Why? Because I'm Karuto from the Hidden Shadow of Thunder Village. You know, Shadow Clone Jutsu's got nothing on me, bitch boy. And that is the entirety of the ability section. Yay. Like, one of the ideas is that you can get more nouns and you can get more things by spending character ranks, by getting more character points. Add new verbs, nouns, or conditions, paying the right price of the word you're adding in character rank. Yeah, any combination of words you've added, as long as it follows, you can verb now. So it's like later on, I can, you know, transform people into machines, but I have to write on the target. I can't be seen. I have to touch the target. If I touch you, I can turn you into I don't know, a fucking Toyota Camry or something. And that's really it. You might be like, I can damage that. Be like, but again, damage doesn't mean anything in unstructured play. You just have to track your stress. It doesn't mean anything. You're like, oh. Okay. You get bonds. What are bonds? Bonds are your ability to... is a tag with someone else that you have. There are 9 standard bond tags we get with someone. So, let's say, for example, I have a teacher. I have a teacher who is my bond. Actively learn something from their bond. The user may gain teacher skills at rank tier divided by 2. End of the chapter, and they spend 1 influence to keep the skill. So, yeah, being an apprentice to someone literally means that you can just learn shit from them and get more things. Yeah. You only gets to roll 1 die on their current roll, but gets to count all hits rolled as critical hits. And if you employ shenanigans, ha ha ha. Then you're like, oh, I want. You know, like, oh, hey, you can change someone. I hate this person. I have abandoned them. I have an like, what's your outlooks? And effectively, outlooks are like your class for unstructured play. So, for example, I am playing a apprentice. So, now I get both of these. You know, being like, hey, I get to learn a little bit more. You know, these aren't special. This is just what I get. This is what I favor. And I get 2 boons. Never give up. Amazing potential. Land among the stars. Plenty to learn. Step behind, but still running. And obviously, I did land among the stars and plenty to learn. You may flash back to a scene when you were taught something relevant to your current role. Doing so grants 4 advantage. Yeah, just endless flashbacks. When in doubt, spend inspiration to get 4 advantages. Just become the flashback hero like you should be. Again, it's great. Some of them are a little bit more in-depth than others. Very much so. But now we get to the real part of the game. That's actually, you know, the point of what we're doing. Ignore everything we were just doing. Welcome to combat. You get 3 action points. What do action points do? Let you do things. You can't use basic actions more than once unless it is swift. But you also have reactions. So generally speaking, you actually have you got 2 actions a turn and a reaction, which you should really save up your reactions, but most of the reactions cost 2. So you have 1 action and a reaction. Yeah. Unless you spend influence to break out. Welcome to the endless clown show. Hee hee hoo hoo ha ha hee hee. Combat starts. All players who takes the first turn. Yeah, it's effectively like a variant of Popcorn Initiative. It's effectively Popcorn, and this is a variant of Popcorn Initiative, which is effectively your people. So it's like, I get to choose, they get to choose, I get to choose, they get to choose. It's, yeah, we're both going kind of back and forth. Last player reacted, turn blue is not taking their turn, that player takes theirs. Yeah, it's kind of a back and forth thing. It works fine. Assisting is odd. If you're not in the room, you can spend breakout points. You can spend influence points to take control of your friend and do a breakout. Yeah. Assisted, you could literally take control of your friend to do things, which is weird, and it's a weird way of doing things. But yeah, as you take damage, you reduce your health. If your health ever reaches 0, you're fucked. Now, the thing is, 1+ body. Number of wounds you can take before getting knocked out. Lasting injuries. 0 health, you receive a wound. Your health is set to guts. Effectively, the idea behind this is, I go here, I take 8 damage. I go 1. I increase my wounds by 1. I go back to 3 health. It's your health is being reduced constantly, and your guts is kind of acting as a way to do it. I could take 3 injuries before I go down fully. However, if you take a wound, you get influence. What can influence you? Let you do. Armor and evasion are pretty important to some. Armor is effectively just flat damage reduction. Evasion is over health. Take 5 damage, you have an evasion 6, you go down to evasion 1, you take no damage and no attacks. Easy. Now, tension also increases very rapidly. Why does tension go up? Why does tension increase really fast? Because you get a lot more stuff out of it. But don't worry, you still also have to set your focus. What's focus? This is a different resource than you've been managing up to now. This is a completely different resource. It's great, haha hee hee. But don't worry, your focus might change to different things, depending on the situation, of course. And you, of course, regain more focus by doing that, which is playing a spirit build. Speed, how far you can move the action. Again, everything's on a 7x7 board, so it's how many spaces you can. And there's no diagonal movement. Straight, or you are moving. So, setting up 7x7 space, no longer, no smaller. You can put some distance on there, but not a lot. But yeah, no, it is entirely in a line. It is teleporting, targeting allies. But generally speaking, you can't target diagonal. I believe there is. Kind of talk about how the zones do, what lines look like. Terrain, difficult terrain, high-low terrain. We're like, here's cinematic combat. Don't use cinematic combat. It's fucking weird. I don't get it. Like okay. Various status effects. We don't have to worry about that. Now, these are your basic actions. So, some actions have combos. You go 1, 2. Enough to understand. It goes on cooldown after using your turn. But let's say here, move talent spaces in a line or move speed spaces. This movement can be saved and used after taking an action. Now, my speed is 4. My talent is 4. Speed is... Have no fear, you can just jump over your problems. You should, because jumping is easy. So, these are your 3 main combat actions. You can cast with anything within 5 spaces. Let's say at any point, I can say, fuck you, no jutsu, and roll 3d6. And say, oh, cool, I have 2 hits. I deal 2 damage to you. Ding! And fucking shining fuck off and hit you with an ability. Ding! You die. Haha, hee hee, hoo hoo. You can do this at any time. Let me go to skirmish. Skirmish is the other big one. Whenever you skirmish, you take 2 enemies who are adjacent to you, and you make a body or talent roll with a challenge of 1. You perform this action as a swift reaction, attempting to leave adjacency. Yes, they added attack of opportunity in this game. So, to give you an idea, with 4 talent, we're going to take our 4 talent, we're going to roll, that's 1, 2, that's 2 successes. We would deal 2 damage. We deal hits as damage. Yep, we do 2 damage. However, you can spend 2 focus, which again, focus is different from AP, so you're getting focus points up here. Remember that you get focus points equal half their spirit. It's different from AP, by the way. So again, as of right now, you have your influence to manage and your focus to manage and your AP to manage. Just deal with that, okay? We good, right? Couldn't put it all together at what? No. We're managing on it. It's tactical combat. You don't understand. It's tactical combat. Most of these are like, you get armor. You get the ability to fuck you. And you, loser of the, as a reaction to be attacked, when the attacker is in range of your skirmish or cast, start an opposed roll with rolling 3+ tier. If the loser is the player, they take 4 damage to redo the roll. Player wins, they skirmish or cast the attacker with no cost to the reaction, canceling the attack of the trigger flash. Yeah, clashing is a bit convoluted for what it needs to do. Honest to God, I would just say, yeah, you spend 2 focus and you pretty much attack one another and deal damage to one another. Whoever scores the highest number of hits actually hits. It's a risk reward. You could fuck up and you take full damage, or you can deal damage to them, but you're still costing it. Dodge just lets you say fuck you and you gain an evasion. Because again, build tall, wide. So of course you want to do that as a dodge reaction because you're building up a bunch of little things. So these are like utility actions like, oh hey, what's breathing looking like? What's charging looking like? What's hiding looking like? What's shoving looking like? All of these do AP. Which, again, you're mostly going to be doing about, like, 1 or 2. Yeah, then you get, like, improvise. Create connected terrain adjacent to you with 10 health each. Why would I create terrain next to me? What am I doing here? Well, I'm improvising. What does that mean? Well, it's improvising. But yeah, like charging up, like you can charge up, but only if you are doing a spirit roll. That's the thing. Only if you are doing a spirit roll should you do that. But you get a minimum of 2 spirit anyway. Look at it, or 2 focus anyway. Or you can breathe just to get 1. So if you're like, I have 1 free AP, I'm going to breathe and get a focus. It's great. But don't forget, you can also just say, nuh-uh, spend some influence, and just duel someone. Literally removing them from the board, by the way. They are removed for the entire round, effectively. And yes, there is some bullshit no jutsu you can pull off doing this. That's the point. And I'm like, an odd way of doing things. Oh, okay. You kind of nod. You're like, all right. You get some archetype. Archetypes are your class. They like, it's not a class. It's an archetype. It's a class. Over the course of your adventure, you're going to get more archetypes. Archetypes means you get more abilities. Now, each archetype, let's take, for example, the Vagabond. There we go. We're a Vagabond. Every single one of them gets these techniques. All the complexity stars actually mean is how fucky-wucky it is to actually play with. If you kind of look at, like, none of these are simple. That's a thing you got to remember. None of these are simple. You will print these out, and you will cut them out, and you will have them with you. Or you will have them pulled up on a sheet somewhere on your PC. You cannot fit. I was getting very creative with some of the interpretations to try to fit everything in these. You can technically take as many tiers of it as you feel like, up to 5, but yeah, you kind of see something like we'll take we'll take Skirmisher. So, Skirmisher, once per turn, you may jab an adjacent character at no cost. Jab deals divided by 2 damage again, play tall, not wide, to the target, as counted as a swift skirmish by all other mechanics. Okay, you can move up to 2 spaces straight line before or after using a skirmish. Rebound, your skirmish gains advantage 1. If movement provided by skirmish makes you leave adjacency with a character, you may target them with said skirmish in addition to your normal targets. The targets added to rebound will take half damage unless it was dealt by a jab. That's all Skirmisher does. It lets you dash around the field. These are 3 things that you need to keep track of, which is, just make note of it. Like, okay. Or you're like, hey, you can move through enemies. You can flash step. What do you need to do to flash step? You have to use breathe and then stride, and then you triple the distance you can. Or hey, you Deadeye. You hide and then use a talent finish. But then these get really complicated. Let's say, for example, we have our tier 3 one. Let's see. Master at Arms. How fucking huge Master of Arms actually is. So, 1. First time you skirmish under a following condition each turn, you equipped an armament, you get a bonus associated with replacing any armament you had equipped before it. Blade. Exactly 2 spaces away from it, adjacent to none. Skirmish to swift. Before targeting, move 1 space after resolving skirmish. Strengthen yourself. Pull. With skirmish 2 adjacent. When you use skirmish 2 adjacent enemies, this skirmish is swift and pushes your target 3 spaces away from you. After resolving a skirmish, launch and slow your targets. Chain. Exactly 4 spaces away from your intended target. Is swift and on 1 character 4 spaces away from you. After resolving skirmish, shred and blight your target. The second time you equip an armament, you get 1 AP and hasten yourself. Master at work. Talent finisher, you can blade, pull, or chain the way you do it. And yeah, every single class effectively has these various bonuses and various things. You can kind of see some of these do get a little bit complicated. Some are, some are far more favored children than others. Like clearly the Vagabond was thought of a lot more than like the Bulwark or like the Altruist. Some of these are supposed to be like, this is a secondary effect. That is the 3rd one today. 3rd one. Amazing. This is getting out of hand. But yeah. There's quite a few different ones that you can kind of do to improvise and change things, and I look at this and I'm like, oh, yeah, there it is. But remember, using summoning bullshit no jutsu is not actually correct. But some of them might reward you like this. Alt resource. So, you can use creation marks instead of focus. You start all scenes with no creation marks by using breathe and charge. Once you make an attack with any number of creation marks, you spend them all and gain an effect. Oh, cool. You want to oh, cool. You have 3+ in class, impossible mal. Target every enemy away from you, dealing additional damage. But you can't take other ones. It's like, oh, sweet Jesus. Specific narrator tools, puzzle fights, structured combat, antagonist rule. And finally, we get to mention antagonism. Antagonism doesn't really... Yeah. Antagonism feels like it should do more than what it actually says it does. It's like, can be spent on... These points can be spent on antagonist actions, such as lethal blows, bargains, or going all out. Effectively creating... It's the same thing as your influence. That's what it effectively is. Like fodder zone, that'll be wounds, counter design. They kind of talk about different counter design. I give it credit. It's at least doing something. And even like a lot of enemies might be like, oh, you're a godlike. This is your gimmick, effectively. Attack, when this would be attacked, they gain 2 times 2 armor. If the attack's damage reduced to 1, the attacker is pushed 3 stats away and slowed. Yeah, it's like, okay, like they clearly get more things. But like, okay, here it's following the deployments you could use for combat. With almost all supporting their captain, so a knight commander should always start on the mount. Squad fodder should be spreading out of their allies and most forward opponents. Ooh, look everyone, to the right of their squad. Ooh. Ooh. Some general enemy types, stats, and it's... I look at this, it's... I don't know if it's just early. It could just be an early copy of the game. It could be a various early. It could be not very good. It could just be very boring. But I look at Dawn and I'm like, yeah, it's Lancer core. Yeah, it's there. You see the tactical combat elements. You see all like the focus on builds, the focus on this, the utter hatred of characters. I don't know why. This is always the weird thing to me. I don't know why these games fucking loathe characters. It's really interesting to me. We do not want you to succeed at anything. Like, we want to make sure that you never have any fun and you never succeed because that's more dramatic, I guess. Like, is that the secret? It's more dramatic. Ooh, stretch a little bit. So, is itch.io going anywhere? Oh, I don't think it is. I think we're going to constantly see more shit coming out of itch every day. Well, we're in everything after it, we're going to see more shit as well. There's no reason for them to not continuously put stuff out on it. Is there going to be gems? Of course there'll be gems. Why wouldn't there be? That's the beauty of it. There will always be the one game, like oh man, this is secretly the greatest thing ever created by man or whatever. That's fine. I think we're gonna see more. I think we're gonna. So let's see. Let's go to Kickstarter. Okay, so we got some saved projects. Bet and Bullets, cool. Yeah, Bet and Bullets did well, good. And Tumbleweed Old West TRPGs. Infinity Edge Isekai thing. Apparently it's money. Made its money, did it? Oh, we made it. Yeah, good job, everyone. Yep, we did it. We can now lit RPG tabletop game. Yay. Liberty Incorporated. Cyberpunk post-apocalyptic RPG. Really didn't do too hot. I'm not too surprised about this one. It did. It had. Ner RPG also failed, unfortunately. It's so fucking over, Kings. We are not making it back. We are truly not Brazil maxing, or Colombia maxing, I should say. They tried. They'll probably put it out in it. Somewhere. So. Ah. You monster. Gone down manly. Damn. It's... Ugh. Let's, I see the Cosmere RPG. I know we're gonna talk about the Cosmere RPG a little bit, but let's play tabletop games for us. Not sorted by magic. I want to see the next one. Give me the absolute newest pieces of dog shit on Kickstarter. Date or Dumb. Judgingly Convert. No. Xenogenesis. Solo, regular deck card, a handful of dice. Okay. Definitive Wrestling RPG. A new Definitive Wrestling RPG. Multiple ones. Let's see. We have Evil at the end. Okay. Oh, it's a it's the expansion for Kids and Their Monster Friends with Animon Story. Have any of you heard of Animon Story before? What's Animon Story? Tell me more about Animon Story. I have never heard of Animon Story before. This looks, let's see. Let's see, what is the... it's PBT. I love PBT. Their attorney to the scene. It's always PBT. It's always playbooks. That's the playbooks, all of them. Candle, spooky stuff, Western campaign, Compass Games. You're not even hiding it at this point, guys. That's just an STL file of Zoro, of legally distinct Zoro and legally distinct Luffy, or Luffy Zoro, I should say, with a giant apple. Luffy Zoro, it's of course our favorite character, Luffy Zoro. They're from New York. You're not actually. Let's see. Fight for protein. I mean, obviously we've got to look at that. Let's see. Crystal Ball. Money will break through an RPG storytelling. Cutting edge AI. Oh, that's not as smart. Alien friendly. There's their planet. I can use Ride Frantic Alien Invasion. Addictive card game. Cool. Card games are fun. Creepy Tale. STL. Mythic TCG, Ferryman, Black Valkyrie, Primate, Apotheosis 2nd Edition, yeah. Waifu Warrior Anime Figure Collection. Yay. Holy shit, that is a 4th one. We've got 4 of these fuckers today. Jesus, mother of Mayo. Has been like 2 years. Attorney has been like 2 years in silence. Not surprising. Probably just didn't feel like doing it anymore. Dice Pen. Flagships of the Imperium. Competitive card game. Oh, geez. Okay. Traveler Sudden. Okay. Okay. All right. There we go. We got something. A medieval TTRPG. Okay. We're game. Scoundrels. Cool. We're gaming. We got some stuff finally. SLA Borg. Nightfall. No. Nightfall Games, no! It's Morkborg! No! You're the chosen one. Like, I'm like trying to be really kind about things. I'm like, it's like, oh, okay, here's, okay, let's do Awake Heroes tactical board game where we get to play, vaguely interpret what the fuck is going on. A lot of AI art. Okay. They actually got someone. Oh, this is all hand-done AI stuff. This is all hand-done. Every single thing here is hand-done by the creator. It just is touched up by AI in some respects. That's not... Oh. Fighters for protein. Crystal Ball AI... What's a little... Enchanted Orb of Game Mastery. Alien Frenzy. Let's learn about Alien Frenzy, everyone. 14 up, Elite Specialty, Gear of Historic First Invasion of Earth. They make crop circles. Oh, Jesus. Clipe. Stalwart 85. Let's see. If comics acquire. This is Golden Age Comics. Monthly haul is complete with Doc's newest issues. So you publishing role-playing game Doc's Adventures. You decide that you must have your fantasy gaming. This is going to be epic. Said 1980s only happened in my imagination based on a comic series that was published there. Stalwart 85 is the game I wish I could have had in 1885. Nice range of D with the awesome D16 joining in the fun. Yep, we got a D16. I've been writing games for nearly 40 years. I've always wanted to create. All right, that's... I give it credit. It looks interesting. It looks like it already succeeded, but... Apotheosis. This is a, reward, stretch goals, billion contributors. What said you said brat? Yes, I know. I am the bot man, as one might say. Oratz. Let's see. Guiding Principle revealed. Role playing Twilight Age in the Middle East. Quasi medieval role playing games. Let's see. Medieval Tales, first 15th century setting. Before people exist. Darwin's World. So he's the Darwin's girl. Oh god, he wrote Abandon All Hope. Oh, sweet Jesus, he wrote Abandon All Hope. Age of Chivalry. Scoundrels. Rules license run cargo halls past this. Cargo D6 dice pool. Running from 1 to 4. 0 to. Skill hits 2, 4, 5. Message. Seems like an interesting game. Not. Far, far away. Far away land. Same, yeah. Culmination 10 years. Firstly, far away land. A bunch of my gaming, world building ideas. Got them successful. First edition, far away land, core rules, adventures. All right. Never heard of it, but all right. House of Steel, Metahumans Rising. It's a supplement gook. Da 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 da. Going insane. I want to break free. God, let's see. Ice hikes. 270 book? Huh. Like, I'm being very quiet here, but it's like I have no... there's nothing really to say here. There's nothing really fun and exciting, really, to even kind of talk about. So it's like, yep, it's STL. Oh, it's 5e. Oh, this. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's this. 80s adventures. Oh, cool. I love the 80s adventures. That's cool. Occult assassins. All right, let's do it. Fuck it. Why not? I'm looking at literally fucking anything at this point. Like, let's see. Army of Darkness, the Wyvern, the TTRPG ecosystem, Commander Showcase, Torque, fantasy game, role playing game. Okay, we got a new OSR contender in there. Olympic Girls, cool. That's just pin-up figures that no one will ever use outside of gooning on. Oh, sweet Jesus. We missed. You ever just feel bad when you're going through something? You're just like, I just want this to end, but I know it never will. Because you're stuck and there's no hope, and you feel like, damn, life is meaningless. Why are we here just to suffer? Every day I wake up. Oh, Jesus. Launching. Okay, we've officially hit the launching soon arena. Launching soon place. So we need to do Cosmere. So this is the
This is the Cosme RP. So let's start with Division 6. At least Sorcerer or Scion. Very specific. Sorcerer or Scion. On imagination, enchantment, cybernetics or cybernetics. Right. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're so fucking back, Kings. Let's see. What system are we really? We're through into 30 pages. Psionic powers. All right. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, so something other than human. Let's see. Artificial androids, sentience, D6 dice pool, 4 5s or 1 mark, 6 or 2 marks. Press. Okay, it's Detroit Become Human, the role-playing game. I'm kind of in. All right. Unironically, I was thinking we were going to see nothing but AIR here, but all right, I'm in. Okay. Choo-choo-choo-choo. Looks like corporate. It looks like corporation, but less. So, Red Dye Minimalist TTRPG in any system. Cool. It can be in any system, right? Rules light. Core mechanic. Strength X will into DA. So it's an opposed die roll. Okay. That's all it is. Just an opposed die roll for everything. So, only 5 polyhedral giant. Okay. All right. Me. We will find a comfortable niche. Even I wrote it first. Thread cutter, occult assassins. Cool. Let's see. GM driven leave occult assassins. Patron of Arcana Centro. See Arcana. Tell me about the mechanics. Let's see. Lumen system. Wyvern. Grove builder, shopkeeper. Fork. Fantasy strength classic roleplay modern cities module design approach. Absolutely. Wow. It's another one. It needs $10,000. Motherfucker, do you need $10,000? Or are you gonna make this fucking gold plated? Fuck you. So, this is Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere RPG. This is based off Brandon Sanderson's book. It's made $8 billion. And there is a non-zero chance it hits 9, but it is definitely slowing down at this point. It might hit 9. It might. It's got 1.5 to go, unless there's a big push. Unless there's a big push in the 11th hour, we'll see it. That's kind of the idea. The 11th hour, it will be the thing that either makes it or breaks it. As you can kind of see, there are people who 10,000 people bought the collector edition for $385. Just to give you the idea that Brandon Sanderson fans are fucking inhuman. They are not real people. Like, I think there's one thing that you have to really remember is that I have zero, like, I do not care about Brandon Sanderson books. I have zero. There is not a single, thing in my bones. 20 Demi-Plane, even though that's technically the exact same. No Foundry, interestingly enough. Like, I don't really have like intricate like relationship with Brandon Sanderson books, so I get kind of like, oh, Okay. Dun, dun, dun. You kind of get what I mean. Like, I don't really have that same connection with other people. Avatar is 9.5 for $6, like a video game. Video game. Hey, video games are now quadruple A products, so they cost $70. Yeah, like even like the first one, the e-reader version, where you get PDFs 2 of our 6 core books. Yeah, you get 2 core books for $60, so $30 a pop. You know, I'm like, fuck me, man. That's like, if you want to get everything, that's $195. If you want to get everything, kind of bare minimum, if that makes sense. GM wise, is like, yeah, it ain't cheap. This is not a cheap game. I'm gonna say that, but you're getting a lot out of it at least. But will it hit 9.5? I don't think so. That'd be my guess. If we're going to see if it hits 9, it has a good chance of hitting 9.5. But getting to 9 is the hard part right now. Again, unless there is a big surge of people at the last week or something, then it's not. But they don't even have, what are their stretch goals looking like? Like, I don't even think they have any more stretch goals. Like, they're probably trying to improvise some new stretch goals, to be honest. But that would be, it looks like, yeah, okay, it looks like we do get Foundry support, looks like initiative cards, some more files. My guess would be that they're trying to improvise some new ones, or they're going to drop something big, being like, hey, if you do this, Brandon Sanderson personally will come on the books. Yeah, here's $8 billion. It's too long. That should. Maybe the other books are the same. That would make me think less of people. Like, people keep telling me, look, read them, Notepad. They're the greatest books of all time. And then I will talk to somebody else, like someone who reads a lot, and being this like, oh, Brand Sanderson books are all the exact same. They're all boring. And I'm like, I don't know who to believe at this point. Like, I hear nothing but extremes of Sandersonians. There is nothing in between. That's the very funny part to me. But let's actually see. What's the average? I know about $291 per user. So yeah, we're looking at like game master tier to player tiers, the average, and that's not too unexpected. But I think collectors kind of fucked up everything. I'm making a guess, like not many people actually just went with the e-reader tier. The most number of people went with collector. Yeah, 10,000 people went with collector. 8,000 for game master, 2.6 for player, 3 for the reader, like in 400 for that. That's very telling, by the way. That's very telling. I have yet to read Sanderson stuff. All my IRL friends are super good. Like I've heard it from my IRL friends that be like, yeah, it's kind of boring. It's like, oh, I'm like, okay. Like I don't really have any interest in reading it. That's kind of my thing right now. But we already kind of went over good old fashioned itch. So let's see what's the Cyberpunk Edge Runners mission kit finally came out. Here's this. It's Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Look, everyone, it's Edge Runners. Buy it now. Fuck. Please, God. Please, you have to buy it. We're getting desperate. We ran out of ideas. Microborg? Fuck you. Every day I So, anything else fun and exciting to talk about? Crux of mysteries. There's only 3 track runs that exist. For the way, there's 4. By the way, secret. Now, let's see. Do we have anything fun and exciting to talk about? No, not really. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad, and I write games for fun. Hopefully, you have a wonderful rest of your day. Probably no stream tomorrow. I might hop on stream. I might hop on VC later tonight. We talk shop. I'm going to reorganize my life, and we are going to start doubling down on some shit. I'm ready to do it. Hopefully all of you are ready to do it. It's going to be an adventure. It's going to be an adventure for a family of 2 to 3. Always funny when my mouse shows up. Yeah, let me do this. Perfect. I like it when things are good and everyone is happy. But yes, if we do something on Sunday, it will literally be me doing a. We need to talk about the Arknights game. I know what to talk about with the Arknights game. I need to sit down and just hammer something out with it. It's a work. Oh, you have to talk shop about. Let's see. You have something to talk shop about. Mr. No, it's past 16. Now, Horace, this is a funny thing. It's past 16th, but I did not dictate when 16th. I said tomorrow, otherwise known as another day other than now. Therefore, I am actually going to talk about it 8/16/2027. I've got a few years left to worry about it, Horace. Don't you worry about it. Woohoo! Hee hee! Woohoo!